The legendary Hollywood director, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26. Who I Are You Who? Please recommend and collect. 209. Ryan, who was writing and drawing with a pen and paper, glanced at Lemon on the bed and then buried his head in his calculations. Lemon, who was sitting on the bed, was bored. He looked at Ryan, who had been calculating something since he came into his room in the morning, and looked back at him from time to time and asked, "What are you doing?" Ryan was also worried about how to talk about his results. When he heard this question, he raised his head and smiled and said, "I calculated the conditions given by the two companies and found that if our movie box office can reach more than 5 million, it is best to choose Fox Searchlight. If it can reach 7.5 million, it is best to choose Focus Features. As for Europa Pictures, which Ryan contacted at the beginning, he subconsciously excluded it from Ryan's options. The conditions given by that company were far less sincere than the two companies he contacted later. Why calculate these?" Lemon was a little surprised. "Do you have a psychological expectation? It's better to choose one of them. The Venice Film Festival has just started. Why rush? There will definitely be other distributors to compete. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Unconsciously, Lemon and his two friends have been here for almost 4 days. In the past few days, they have met with 2 other distributors who are interested in distributing their films and got their psychological prices. It can be seen that the situation is getting better. With the participation of other competitors, the distribution conditions of Buried are becoming more and more respectful of the normal proportion of dividends in the industry, and the copyright buyout fee has also risen to 1.8 million euros, given by the head of Fox Searchlight, with a 30% share, but the initial distribution fee of 400,000 will be deducted from the share first. In other words, they only care about publicity and don't care about the costs incurred in distribution. That part will be deducted from the profits that the producer can get. Of course, the first round of negotiations between the two companies is just the first step in selling the distribution rights of Buried. Just like Europa Films. "Hi, Lemon, Ryan, another distributor has come to us." Thomas, who had just entered the door, couldn't wait to share his news. This morning, he was the only one who did the job of showing the movie at the intersection. "Which one?" Lemon asked lazily. "Miramax." Chris looked at the 3 people who came to visit and smiled. He had already understood the transaction negotiation thoroughly. Whether it was the conditions of the opponent or the reasonable offer given by the company's film viewing team, he was invincible. Since he found out that the movie was shown at the intersection the day before yesterday, he has been following this project in the past 2 days. He also remembered the real reactions of the moviegoers. In his opinion, the work Buried Alive is destined to be a niche because of its subject matter and shooting, which will also restrict its distribution in various regions. But this disadvantage is also an advantage. For example, those specific art lovers will definitely like this work. The publicity will focus on this group of people, which can also greatly reduce the waste of resources. That is, it can reduce a considerable part of the publicity and distribution costs. 3. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Corliss, and I'm from Miramax Films in Hollywood. "Yes, I know," Lemon said calmly. He really couldn't forget this international distributor who ruined his predecessor. When Thomas said that this company was also interested in his work, he wanted to refuse directly, but for some reason, he agreed to the request for a meeting. "Okay, since you know our company well, I won't say any more nonsense. I'm here to meet you for the distribution rights of the movie Buried Alive. It shouldn't have sold the rights yet, right?" Corliss asked confidently. "Yes, the distribution rights are still with us." "Box office, or awards?" Corliss said mysteriously. "If you know our Miramax Films, you should know that our company is best at operating movies to win various international awards. Oh, by the way, do you have any intention in this regard? I mean, have you considered impacting the Oscars?" No director can resist such a temptation, which is also the advantage of Corliss's confidence in getting the distribution rights for this movie. In the past, he used this trick to trick countless excellent works into giving up the conditions of other distributors and switching to Miramax. As for whether it will really work, it depends on the consideration of the Weinstein brothers, the executors of the company, which is not within the scope of his authority as a film purchasing manager. Of course, no one will refuse the Oscars. Lyman pretended to be fascinated and deliberately said, "Is Miramax willing to help?" Carice nodded and smiled. "As long as the distribution rights of Buried are sold to us, we will help you get your work into the Oscar competition unit." "Really? We at Miramax have always had a good reputation in the industry." Director Lyman, "Please rest assured that we will not fail to do what we promised." "Then how much are you willing to pay for the buyout of the copyright?" The fish was hooked, and Carice suppressed the secret joy in his heart and said, €1 million. Lyman frowned slightly, pretending to think, and then said, "Too low." Fox Searchlight offered $1.8 million with a 30% dividend condition. "Your offer?" As he said that, he shook his head. "I can't agree." Carice was not hit by Lyman's rejection at all. He still looked confident. €1.2 million. "This is my final offer." "It's still too low. But have you ever thought about it? If your work is accepted by the Oscars, it will be more beneficial to your future. It is not something that can be measured by the small profits in front of you. Moreover, we need to do our best to operate. Miramax will cover all the expenses. If you are willing to bear this part, the conditions can be raised. What do you think?" Corliss lowered his head slightly, and his analysis of the future of Lyman and the other two burst out. Lyman thought for a while, as if hesitating, then stood up from his seat and said humbly, "I'm sorry, Corliss, give me some time to think about it. You know, after all, this matter is too important to me and our team." Corliss's smile was satisfied. He knew that Lyman could not resist the temptation of the Oscars. Now he was hesitant, and he would figure it out soon. He also stood up. "Of course, you know my contact information. You can contact me at any time." Then he shook hands with Lyman and the other two politely, and watched them leave. "Is it really possible for us to be accepted by the Oscars? That's great." On the way back to the hotel, Thomas, who had been holding back for a long time, said excitedly, "If we can really participate in the Oscars, the conditions given by Miramax are the best." Ryan also agreed. Indeed, in this era, as Carice said, a work that can enter the Oscars competition is a good thing for the director, the leading actor and even the production team behind it. It not only means a rapid rise in industry qualifications, but also means that there will be opportunities to get help from major production companies. Oscar-winning directors have no shortage of opportunities to direct film projects, which is why Carice is so confident that Lyman and others will look for him. For these small directors in the industry, opportunities are always more important than profits. Yes, that's the Oscars, an opportunity that many people dream of, and we just ran into it. Thomas continued to immerse himself in joy. "Maybe," Lyman said lightly, "if he hadn't experienced that deception, perhaps he wouldn't doubt the sincerity released by Miramax, but now, he only feels hypocrisy, and has never believed every word of the man named Carice." In the next few days, Lyman and the other two continued to negotiate with several distributors. Fox Searchlight and Focus Features also began to slowly increase the price, but it was obvious that they were approaching their bottom line, and each negotiation of interest became more and more difficult. In addition, Lyman also met several representatives of small independent distributors through the continued screenings at the intersection, and they all showed considerable interest in Buried. Especially with the increase in the number of viewers, many distributors saw the market potential that this work may have. In the past 2 days, the number of daily viewers of Buried has always been increasing, and it reached its peak yesterday afternoon. The entire intersection was completely surrounded, with more than 200 people participating in the viewing and applauding it. In this increasingly lively atmosphere, the participating distributors became more cautious. The speed of the offensive and defensive conversion in this copyright battle far exceeded their expectations. Some people began to offer 2 million euros in copyright fees plus a 35% dividend, not counting the cost of publicity and distribution, and this was the last offer from the most courageous Fox Searchlight, and it was also their bottom line. 1.6 million euros buyout fee. If you agree, we will immediately compete for the next Oscar and put your work on the market. Corus looked at Lyman quietly and revealed his bottom line. This was their third meeting. He could see the hesitation of the new director, so he raised the stakes again. Prepare the contract. We'll sign it tomorrow. He still couldn't escape the temptation. Corus finally heard what he wanted. Okay, see you tomorrow. The next afternoon, Europa Films sent a message that they would officially take over the distribution rights of Buried. When Corus heard the news, he angrily tore up the prepared contract. Fuck. How dare you play tricks on me? Daily begging for votes CAC. Chapter 27. Cooperation. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. In a conference room of the hotel, Lyman exchanged contracts with the short-haired man, and then handed the briefcase containing all the film copies of Buried to Armin next to him. From then on, the film had basically nothing to do with him except for the names of the production list and the filming team. The legal lawyers hired by both parties witnessed the transaction. Just yesterday, the people from Europa Films had a last round of tug-of-war negotiations with him, and gave Lyman conditions that were difficult to refuse. In addition to the copyright fee of 2 million euros, they were also willing to give 30% of the box office dividends, and promised that Europa Films would appropriately invest in Lyman's next work, and provide distribution channels for it. According to the short-haired man, we are all compatriots from the same country, and should provide help. Of course, Lyman didn't believe this nonsense, but the conditions they really gave were indeed the best among all the distributors in these days, so he agreed. The reason why he agreed to cooperate with Miramax was just to disgust them. From the beginning to the end, Lyman didn't believe them. If there was an opportunity, why not do it? After the contract was signed, the short-haired man didn't want to continue to be polite, and reminded, "We will fly back to France in a few days, and we will notify you when the film is scheduled to be released." Yes. The short-haired man smiled, motioned to the two colleagues behind him to pack up their things, and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Lyman. "I hope there will be a chance to cooperate with you in your next film." Lyman also smiled politely. "Thank you for your good words." He was very happy that the transaction could go smoothly this time. The copyright fees were a lot of money. In addition, if the market performance of Buried Alive was not bad after the subsequent release, he would be even happier. For so many days, he worked hard to get along with both sides. Wasn't it for the purpose of maximizing profits? After the three returned to the hotel, Lyman sat on the bed and was completely relieved. Although many people made offers, it was only after the contract was signed and the copyright of Buried was sold that the sense of reality was truly realized. He was about to say something when Ryan rushed over and pressed on him. We made money, Lyman, we succeeded." Well, he looked even more excited. He probably felt pent up because he didn't vent his emotions along the way. Lyman patted him on the back and saw that he had no reaction. Then he pressed his shoulder with his right hand and pushed him aside. He slowly sat up and said, "Thomas, open the window. It's too hot here. This shabby hotel doesn't even have a fan for decoration. It doesn't turn when you press the switch." Seeing this, Thomas walked over to the wall and pushed the window open. The cool wind blew in, taking away the temperature in the room. It was very comfortable. Thomas returned to his bed, unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, grabbed the collar, and kept opening and closing it, feeling the air flowing, and let out a long breath, then said, "How long will it take us to go back?" "Go and book the plane tickets. We'll leave tomorrow." After selling the film copyright, although the Venice Film Festival has not ended, it is not a place where Lyman wants to stay. After nearly a week, he has gained so much. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? This time, they came to the right place. The next day, the three packed their luggage and took a flight back to France. After leaving the airport, the three took a taxi back to Lyman's residence. The next step is to deal with some things. The copyright fee of 2 million euros has been paid into the studio account of Lyman and Ryan. The amount involved is very large, and it must be taxed before it can be used. Although Lyman did not want to pay this money out of thin air, the French tax bureau is not a vegetarian, so it is better to be honest. But although it is necessary to pay taxes, there are reasonable ways to avoid taxes or some money can be saved. The transaction of Buried Alive was conducted in the name of Mann Studio, which was registered in Cannes. So they went to find a relevant lawyer and, under his advice, paid more than 200,000 euros to properly handle the matter. The funds also changed from 2 million euros to about 1.8 million euros. They were busy until the evening, and the three of them went to a high-end restaurant for a big meal before returning home. Lyman closed the door and lay directly on the bed. After this period of busyness, especially after the mental tension of the door, he felt that all the bones in his body seemed to fall apart. However, thinking that he had successfully taken the first step and accumulated a sum of money, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised and smiled foolishly. From the moment of madness, he had never confided his pressure to anyone, cheating for investment, and then preparing, shooting, post-producing, and seeking distribution for the project. Step by step, it was all a gamble. Even if he failed, he would have to go to another place with an unknown future to fight again. But fortunately, good luck was on his side. Lyman thought about his gains and felt infinite satisfaction in his heart. A director, without the glory of the stage, has the same sense of accomplishment. Is there anything more pleasing than seeing your work being loved by the audience? The next day, Ryan and Thomas rushed to Lyman's house again. Lyman has never forgotten the help they gave him, and now it's time to share. He directly gave Thomas 100,000 euros, which was the best response to his hard work and subsidies during these days. He was quite satisfied with this honest man who joined their team as an intern, and if he wanted to continue to maintain a friendly relationship between the two sides, it was naturally impossible to let others pay without any return. 100,000 yuan is the most appropriate amount after Lyman thought about it. And there is Ryan. For this person who has a lot to do with his predecessor and constantly helps him when making movies, he really treats him as a friend. Moreover, the studio was originally established in the name of the two of them, and the profits are also divided in half. Perhaps he could not follow that division method. After all, it was just a list, and the studio was also an empty shell, which could be dissolved at any time, and there was no need to bear any legal problems. But he still chose to continue to maintain the studio's income, and did not intend to end this relationship. Money can be earned again, but friends are not a trading commodity. Therefore, he only gave Ryan 20,000 pocket money and ignored him, saying that he would invest the remaining money in new projects, and asked him to remember to help write the script. With the experience of the last cooperation, Lyman felt that it would be better to leave it to Ryan to write the script. Do you have a new idea? Ryan was happy with the pocket money given by Lyman, and heard that he was going to create a new movie. Of course, he didn't know how many good ideas were in his mind, and he didn't have to worry about inspiration at all. I want to join too. Thomas on the side also shouted hurriedly. Don't worry, the two of us will not abandon you. For Thomas, who has gone through many hardships, this revolutionary friendship is still necessary. Then can I be the cameraman for this movie? How about an assistant? Lyman thought for a while and said, okay, I promise I won't be a drag. It's enough to be able to do the camera work. As for the other things, Thomas doesn't mind. He also notes that his experience is not so reassuring. The job of camera requires talent, skills, and experience. He is very satisfied with Lyman's promise. After finishing these, there is another thing to be done first. The 500,000 euros sponsored by the investors must be given to them. Although Lyman really wants to wait until the box office share comes down before giving it, he doesn't know what Europa Films means. It's better to set aside a part first to stabilize the investors first. According to the contract signed that day, the investment cost of 500,000 euros can account for half of the total income, that is, the initial income of 900,000 euros, excluding taxes, and the subsequent box office share, can get another half. So, after making an appointment with Mr. Lambert on the phone, Lyman was thinking whether to give all the 900,000 yuan or to pay him back the cost of 500,000 yuan first. Anyway, all the profits have not come down yet, which can slow down the time. While thinking, the agreed meeting time came, and Lemon hurried to the appointment. It was still the same cafe where the two met. "Mr. Lambert, my movie has been sold for distribution rights. This is the signed contract. Take a look first." Lemon took out a distribution contract signed with Europa Films and handed it to Christopher Lambert. But the gentleman in front of him didn't mean to read it. He said, "Lemon, this money was not actually paid by me, but by your father." "What?" Lemon was a little confused. "What does this mean?" "That day, you found me in the parking lot then." Mr. Lambert told a series of things. How he recognized Lemon, how he called to inform his father, and why his father was willing to pay this money. Of course, a lot of things were omitted, such as the fact that he thought Lemon was a liar and was unwilling to invest. "Your father entrusted me with the money and gave it to you without asking for anything in return. So, do you understand?" He took the contract and handed it to Lemon again. "I came here today to make this clear. Now you know it. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After that, he wanted to leave the cafe. "Wait, Uncle Lambert, I still want you to return the money to my father." Christopher Lambert stopped, turned around, and looked at Lemon with a complicated look. He really couldn't understand this father and son. "There is a total of 900,000 on this bank card. Please give it to him for me. Even if he invested, now it's a reward." After that, Lemon stood up and bowed politely. "Thank you." Then, he turned around and left the cafe. He didn't want to owe anything. He wasn't really Lemon, and he couldn't and shouldn't take back the money. It would be best to return it and make a break, and he didn't want to disturb other people's families. Looking at the scenery along the way, it was beautiful. "I'm going to recommend it at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I'm so nervous. Please give me support, please." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Promotion Plan. Please recommend and collect. In a flash, time came to September. Europa Films sent a notice saying that they would promote the movie Buried. The initial plan was to promote it for a week and then push it into the French market. Speaking of this distribution company, it is quite interesting. It was also after Lemon inquired through many channels that he learned that one of the founders was actually Luc Besson, a very famous French commercial director. Yes, it was Luc Besson who shot a series of well-received and popular films such as Lyman, The Professional, Joan of Arc, and The Fifth Element. At the beginning of the establishment, it was also because he was very dissatisfied with the current situation of the domestic film market. He felt that if it continued like this, France would sooner or later become the back garden of Hollywood movies. So he put down his heart as an artistic director and studied how to make movies more commercial. It is precisely because of these reasons that, although Europa Films is a newly established film company, its local distribution capabilities are very good, and it has a certain competitiveness in the entire European market. Otherwise, director Luc Besson would not have said shamelessly that he would unite the forces of the European film industry to counterattack the Hollywood market. Of course, as a big director, his main job is naturally not to focus on film and television distribution, and he does not pay attention to the distribution of Buried. For low-budget movies like this, there are evaluations by internal company personnel to customize the appropriate internal resources for them. In a word, a low-budget movie should look like a low-budget movie. On September 3rd, news reports about the movie appeared in the entertainment section of French newspapers one after another, focusing on human nature, who is to blame for the tragedy of innocent citizens being buried alive. Le Parisien, a thriller, officially broadcast on September 9th. Le Figaro silently, it has attracted a small number of attention. After all, for Europa Films, which has not completely bought out the copyright, it will definitely not give too many publicity resources to promote Buried, half of which is the purchase cost, that is, 800,000 euros in publicity fees. They think this price is very suitable. So, there is no need to think about TV channel advertising, headlines in the entertainment section of national newspapers, and outdoor large screen advertising. Such a small amount of money will not be spent there. They mainly posted movie posters in some theaters and put second page advertisements in some local media. Such a cost-effective operation naturally did not cause any waves. However, after all, the cost of the film is there, and it is impossible to invest too much in it, otherwise, Europa Films will suffer. An apartment somewhere in Cannes. Lemon has a carefully groomed hairstyle and fixed it with mousse. He wears a beige short-sleeved top with various French fonts printed on it, a pair of loose pants on his lower body, and a pair of sandals on his feet. As soon as he walked out of the bathroom, he saw Ryan and Thomas showing off in front of the mirror. Both of them were wearing formal suits with ties on their chests. Suits, trousers, and leather shoes, as if they were going to attend some high-level dinner. Why are you two so exaggerated? It's just to watch a movie, right? Lemon pouted, indicating that he didn't understand what these two people were doing. This is the first time in my life, so it's natural to be more formal. Ryan laughed and asked, you should also change into a formal suit. No, it's too hot. I look best in this one. It's cool. Do you want to change? Shouldn't the three of us wear the same clothes when we go out together? We are not a team anymore. Ryan said, and winked at Thomas on the side. Yes, it's very inconsistent for you to dress like this when we three are walking together. Thomas also said. Haha, no. It's just to watch the midnight preview of Buried in Person. Why is it so grand? Lemon clearly rejected this very stupid proposal. As soon as he finished speaking, he was surrounded by two big men. If you don't change, we will fight. Fuck. Forced to do so, Lemon also put on a formal suit, from head to toe, surprisingly consistent with the two idiots next to him. In the breeze, the three got into Ryan's car, a silver white sedan produced by DS. Driving smoothly all the way, the three arrived at a cinema southeast of Cannes. Okay. Ryan sat in the driver's seat and began to greet. Let's get out of the car. We are here. Lemon pushed open the door of the back seat and turned to look at Ryan. We are really stupid dressed like this. Don't complain, man. You have to cooperate, understand? Ryan closed the car door and walked towards the theater first. After the three of them walked to this slightly remote theater, Thomas pointed to the poster column in front and said, look, our movie poster. In the front, near the entrance of the theater, the poster of Buried designed by Europa Pictures was posted there. Inside the dark coffin, a man with blood on his forehead and fearful eyes was holding a lighter and looking around. Let's go, let's go. Ryan's voice was full of excitement. Hello, we want 3 tickets for Buried. At a glass ticket counter, Ryan asked the middle-aged man ticket seller, hey, man, how are the tickets for this movie? Are there many people watching? Thomas and Lemon on the side also pricked up their ears to know the answer to this question. The three of them looked at the slightly fat middle-aged male ticket seller at the same time. The ticket seller took out 3 movie tickets in a sloppy manner, handed them to Ryan, and said slowly, you are talking about this movie, right? The seats are empty. There are no people watching it at all. The three were stunned. Ryan paid €18 for the ticket and asked unwillingly, is this movie bad? Otherwise, why would no one want to watch it? It's late at night, there are not many people, and it's such an unknown movie. Who would come to watch it? Then, the middle-aged male ticket seller seemed to have thought of something and said brightly, of course, I'm not talking about you. The 3 men in formal suits stood side by side, as if they were mentally abnormal. The ticket seller didn't want to offend them at all. Lemon and others walked towards the number 3 theater silently. There were really few people in the dark theater. It was empty. The number of people including the 3 of them was less than 10. A closer look showed that they were all couples. They hugged each other and ate before the movie started. Vulgar, corrupting the morals. My big FFFF fire. Burn these 2 heretics to death. There are only 10 minutes left before the movie starts, and it is obvious that the ticket seller is right. There are really not many people watching this movie. In such a large space, there are seats that can accommodate hundreds of viewers, but there are only 7 people scattered around, which looks really discouraging. Lyman, it's okay. There are 20 theaters showing it. Maybe only this one has a bad location, so it seems less crowded. The three of them sat in the best seats in the middle and lower part, and Ryan comforted them. Such a niche film, with a lack of publicity, how could there be many viewers to watch it? He should have figured this out long ago, but why did he still feel an indescribable emotion accumulating in his heart when looking at the deserted movie hall? It's quite depressing. I'm fine, Ryan, at least our movie is being shown in the theater, isn't it? It's much better than at the beginning. Lyman suppressed his emotions and said with a smile. Ryan nodded, looked at Lyman's relaxed expression, and sat in his seat. Thomas saw that the atmosphere was not right and started to make jokes. The three of them chatted, and soon it was the midnight show after 12 o'clock. No new audience members entered the theater, and there were still 7 people watching. Oh, maybe only the 3 of them came to watch the movie seriously. After the movie started, the other 4 were still immersed in the world of hurting each other, and had no time to care about anything else. Just guarding against the ubiquitous attacks from the other party was enough for them to bear. On the screen, the company logo added by Europa Films appeared. After a few seconds, it fell into darkness, and then a long shot with sound and picture appeared. On the still dark screen, a man's rapid breathing sounded. After a few coughs, a faint fire sounded, reflecting the man's face. The movie continued to play. After more than 30 minutes, the theater was still very quiet. Only on the screen, Paul, played by Heath Ledger, made various sounds. Lemon turned his head and looked back. At the end of the seat, a couple had finished fighting and were concentrating on watching the movie, while at the other end of the seat on the right, a fierce war was still going on. At least 2 people were willing to watch it, which was not bad. Lemon comforted himself in his heart, turned around and continued to look at the big screen. At the end of the movie, the relationship between the characters in the background of Burial appeared one by one. The rigid alarm system, the indifferent company leaders, and the official 911 also highlighted the theme. Selfish and indifferent interpersonal relationships are more terrifying, and put Paul in the movie into real despair. Such a plot design is like a huge black hole. The hope of survival is like the oxygen in the coffin that is gradually depleted, and the flickering firelight. There will never be light, and what awaits is only eternal darkness. From expectation to loss, from re-energization to despair, there is only one word: okay. Calmly accepting death. Paul died. He was buried alive, buried under heavy yellow sand, and the movie ended. There was no applause, no cheers. Everything was so quiet. Lemon stood up. The couple in the back seat had already left, and the other couple was about to leave. Let's go, he said calmly, and then walked down the long stairs to the outside of the theater. The moon was high in the sky, and it looked beautiful. Trash. A single nobleman sneered from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 29, Creating an Atmosphere. Please recommend and collect. The midnight show data of Buried was counted and sent to the relevant person in charge of Europa Films the next day. The box office result of €17,000 was not good. Durant looked at the report in his hand and ordered, continue to maintain the screening in 30 theaters. The attendance rate was less than 10%, which was relatively normal for this type of low-cost thriller. If the situation continues to develop like this, Europa Films will definitely be able to make a profit from the operation of this film, which is also in line with the expected goal of choosing to release it. Saturday was a traditional rest day. The number of theaters remained unchanged, and Buried did not show a radical momentum in the box office. It steadily won a box office of €26,000. This result is still average, but it is also within expectations. If this momentum can be maintained, the box office can reach 130,000 or 140,000 in a week. In addition, after the next week, it will be released in other regions. After the global market is closed, there will be subsequent offline video distribution income. In general, Europa Films estimates that it should not be a problem to earn 2 or 3 million in this operation, which is also very satisfactory. Anyway, they did not expect such a film to have a huge attendance rate and a single week box office that exceeds the cost. Stable data performance also means no risk, doesn't it? This is exactly what Europa Films is happy to see. After Sunday, the box office increased slightly again, reaching €28,000. As of today, Buried has received €71,000 from the French market in 3 days. and some things have also come as expected. September 11th, Tuesday, a very ordinary day became unusual because of a terrorist attack. Lyman didn't know about this until the next day. He was busy writing the outline of a new script when Ryan suddenly came to his house to tell him about it and gave him a copy of the best-selling newspaper in France, Le France Ouest. After reading the newspaper carefully, all kinds of memories came to his mind. 2 civil aircraft crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in the United States not long after each other. Under the blazing flames and thick smoke, everyone from the interview host to the people on the street to the rescue workers were in panic. They had experienced too many peaceful days and were very uncertain about what to do when they suddenly encountered this disaster. At the first moment, the US airspace began to be blocked and all flying equipment was prohibited from taking off. Then President Bush issued a statement confirming that this was a premeditated terrorist attack. After that, the military across the United States entered the highest state of alert and immediately determined that this terrorist attack was planned by Ben ***, and he was officially wanted worldwide. Of course, the Taliban regime, which has always been unhappy with the US government, insisted that this incident had nothing to do with the citizens of its country. The newspaper also published the analysis of French experts who have a clearer understanding of international relations. They believe that the root cause of this incident lies in the Middle East policy that the United States has always implemented. The long-term military conflict between Israel and Palestine, the harm done by Israelis to Palestinians, and the partiality of the United States to Israel, have led to a group of fanatical radicals who are determined to die. In the following days, the whole world knew about this news. Various media reported it in many ways, always able to report the latest news. On September 14th, the US House of Representatives agreed and authorized US President Bush Jr. to use force against terrorists. At the same time, after the news was disclosed, according to a poll planned by the US media, more than 90% of the participants supported the US plan to arm the enemy. On September 19th, the armed forces landed in Afghanistan. On October 7th, US President Bush Jr. announced that some military targets of the Afghan Taliban authorities and the famous training camp of the Islamic extremist gang in Qatar had been destroyed. The war on terror broke out. This incident made many Americans sanctify all technical means that can defend the United States almost instantly. The National Missile Defense Plan that had been debated before directly entered the implementation stage. In addition, the serious differences between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party disappeared without a trace, and the government and the opposition of the country united to fight terrorism together. The Bush administration, which was originally criticized, also instantly changed from a weak situation and its government prospects were not optimistic to the public. With its excellent crisis management ability and decisive action response, it has won the favorability of the American people and firmly established its ruling body. Some conspiracy theories also began to appear at this time. They believed that the attack was directed and performed by the Bush administration in order to maintain the international status of the United States and achieve the purpose of hegemony and peace, so that it can openly intervene in the entire Middle East. Of course, these have little impact on the French side. In addition to the frequent high-level meetings and the support of anti-terrorism operations by many countries, people's lives are still the same. If there is any reaction, Lyman is more concerned about the film market. Since the incident, cinemas around the world have been cold, making many films currently being screened victims, especially comedy films, which have become the biggest victims of terrorist attacks, and many films that were expected to be released have also been withdrawn. As a result, in the entire huge film market, only a few new works are still being released, and Buried is one of them. The changes in the world have also changed the film market. An eternal theme has been remembered by people: opposition to violence. And Europa Films is not short of people with a keen eye. Faced with such market reactions, they seized the opportunity and began to re-promote Buried on a large scale and put up slogans such as "War is a feast of death," and began to appear in many media. With the global impact, the publicity effect has been magnified one by one. Overseas regions such as the United Kingdom, Australia, the United States, and Italy have also begun to exert their strength. The new week's box office of Buried finally settled at 4.68 million euros, which is a huge difference compared to the box office of 820,000 euros last week, a full 6 times. The number of theaters in France has also increased to more than 800. Anyway, there are not many movies that will be released in this period, so it's all for Buried. Although many viewers did not choose to go out to the theater to watch movies at this time, the base number is undoubtedly greatly reduced, but it is still small and can't resist competitors. Moreover, the audience can only choose from a few movies, and Buried does indeed vaguely hint at the phenomenon that innocent people are implicated and maliciously retaliated under the panic of war. In this way, it stands out among these movies. Of course, there are also disadvantages. At least the United States, where the incident took place, does not like this movie very much. After 1 week of release, it only took less than $1 million at the box office, and the American people did not have many choices. The anti-war ideas and ridicule of various aspects of the United States reflected in it really made the people of the country uninterested at this time. Usually, everyone can ridicule the Washington authorities, but not at this time. Unsurprisingly, Buried suffered even worse in the second week in the American film market. The theater chain did not expand the release, but reduced the number of screenings. The 9/11 incident has indeed brought a huge impact on the political and economic life of Americans, and the entertainment industry is naturally inevitable to show this trend. In addition, the North American film market has always been exclusive, and it is more difficult for foreign products to achieve results. The masses have long been accustomed to supporting Made in the USA, and the cold reception of Buried is completely expected. Fortunately, other regions are still quite powerful. Europa Films is even more happy. After 2 weeks of operation, they have recovered their costs, including the subsequent publicity and promotion fees. The most important thing is that the market potential shown by Buried has not been fully released, which means that their next results will definitely be better. Therefore, the company's senior management waved their hands and continued to increase publicity expenses to allow more audiences to spontaneously go to the cinema to enjoy the movie. After the third week, the local box office performance of Buried was 1.35 million euros, and the global box office accumulated $9.62 million. It is just around the corner to pass the 10 million mark. This data is like a thunderbolt from the ground, which made the entire Europa Films boil. They only spent 2 million euros to buy the film distribution rights, but now the box office is over 10 million, not to mention the subsequent videotape distribution and peripheral copyright authorization, which will definitely be a considerable income. Maybe, this year's performance can draw a very good number with this movie. And for this kind of dark horse movie, the media and newspapers are naturally unwilling to miss the opportunity. Many spontaneous publicity began to emerge, and many reports began to pay attention to the subsequent development of this movie. On October 2nd, the box office revenue of more than $3 million again made it jump over the 10 million mark, and reached a data of more than $12 million. However, just like the operating rules of market development, after more than a month of screening, the growth momentum of Buried has reached the bottom and began to decline gradually. Perhaps a popular commercial movie can often be screened for more than half a year, but for a niche movie that has not won a mainstream award, it is a little bit of a luxury. The people of Europa Films also clearly informed Lyman that they would no longer invest in publicity and distribution, and the next release date discussed with the French theaters would be maintained for about half a month. The release time lasted for more than a month, nearly 50 days, which is enough to show this niche movie. As for the overseas market, it may be extended a little bit depending on the screening situation in various places, but it is estimated that it will not be very sufficient. On October 24th, Buried was officially withdrawn from French theaters, with a total local box office of 5.24 million euros. Please vote CAC. Chapter 30 New Film Plan. Please recommend and collect. Late at night in an apartment, Lyman lay on the bed, stretched out his body, without a blanket, and forced himself to sleep with his eyes closed. But for some reason, his mind was in a mess and he couldn't fall asleep. He sighed, pulled a pair of pants off the bed, and put them on, then walked around the house with his upper body naked and no shoes. Looking out through the window, the street lights on the roadside were still working as usual, and the soft light spread all around, making the open space outside the house half bright and half dark. After walking around for a few times and still not feeling sleepy, Lemon simply ran to the study to continue to complete the outline of his new script. In fact, he now has two plans in mind. The first one is naturally a low-cost production. After all, the income after the profit sharing is only enough to support him to complete similar projects. The second one is the way of financing filming. In view of the good situation after the release of Buried Alive, Europa Films also made a special trip to tell him about such things. Lemon thought about it and felt that it was okay. Spending all his fortune on the production of a movie, like he did before, was an extremely risky act, and it would only be done once. Besides, he would also need money for his future life. Why should he force himself to eat coarse food when he could live a good life? Lemon was not a masochist and did not want to repeat the bitter experience. He spread out the manuscript paper, picked up the pencil, and began to write the story of the second plan along his train of thought. Scene 5. Dormitory. Close-up focus. Character. The protagonist. The young student took off the light bulb and used the high school physics he learned to make a simple electrical prop. He wrapped the wire around a piece of metal and stretched it out of the door through the gap. Then, the school senior who wanted to urinate in protest was hit by the electric current in that part of his body. Yes, the film he was going to shoot mainly tells a feature film about a freshly enrolled college student named Rancho who fights against the corrupt education system in India. Imperial Industrial University is the school with the highest comprehensive strength in India. Rancho, a new student, is a different kind of college student. He openly questions the dean's teaching philosophy and uses his eccentricity to break the traditional education concept of the college. In short, he is a thorn in the eyes of teachers. It seems that life in college is always about study and examinations, which are repeated over and over again. Rancho's grades are very good, always among the best, and he has an extraordinary love and obsession with mechanical applications. His two roommates are Farhan and Raja. The former actually did not want to study industrial design. He wanted to be a wild photographer, but his family's misunderstanding and persuasion made him take this path, and Raja's family is very poor. His family hopes that he can find a good job to supplement the family after graduation, so he also entered the School of Industrial Design. During the days with Rancho, the two of them did many things that violated their previous life dogma until they found that if they continued like this, they might not be able to graduate. People have different brain talents. It just so happens that their good friend Rancho is a very good person. He doesn't spend much time studying every day, but he always gets high scores in the exams. Confused, they choose to break up with Rancho. Unlike the single characters and scenes in Buried Alive, this time, Lemon wants to shoot a big scene, and a large space span of an academy will serve as the background for the filming of the movie. There is nothing new in the story design, but the perspective is placed on the Indian teaching system. Since watching Monsoon Wedding last time, he has always felt that he wants to do something. Choosing this story is also to focus on some social conditions in India. Education issues. The whole world is paying attention to them. Who doesn't want their children to become talents through education? So, his new film is going to shoot such a story. A movie called 3 Idiots. The name sounds a bit disappointing, but there is no way. Lemon can't think of any more suitable title for the plot, so let's go with The Previous Life. Like his first self-made film, Lemon also intends to extract some core element of his previous work and innovate and adapt the story. This is his work, and the value of the film will naturally not beautify the Indian education system as much as the previous work, such as faking studying and successfully graduating, and getting the space pen that symbolizes honor from the dean. This design concept is impossible to happen in India, not to mention in American schools, which have always been free and democratic. Breaking out of the limitations of the region, Lemon simply chose to interpret the story in his own way. Therefore, in terms of the overall perception, although the tone of this movie is also joyful, it is more of a kind of sadness. The rigid educational dogma suppresses the nature of each student, forcing them to study hard, take exams, and be obedient, otherwise they will not graduate. That small certificate is related to the yearning and helplessness of all students. As for whether such a large-scale adaptation will fail, is it too risky? But then again, which movie is not a gamble at the beginning of filming? Betting on the audience to accept it, betting on the market to be optimistic, betting on the smooth release of the theater chain before any movie is filmed. There is no way to truly predict whether it will be successful or whether it can have a good result. Even if the Indian director Rajkumar Hirani in the previous life were to direct Three Idiots, it would be impossible to completely replicate everything in the previous life at this point in time. The design of lighting, the use of lenses, the director's shooting concept, the connection of characters, and even the post-editing, music, sound effects, etc. A slight change will produce a different film. There are never two leaves in the world that are exactly the same. What's more, the movie he shot is aimed at the global market, and it does not rely solely on the Indian region to contribute to the box office. Moreover, the original film of nearly 3 hours is really difficult for him to repeat. Apart from anything else, if he shoots it like this, the theater chain will definitely not provide any good screenings or more screens for it to be screened. In the world of businessmen, profit is everything that measures value. If someone else's movie is screened twice, and yours is only screened once, even if the attendance rate is high, the theater chain will definitely choose the former film as the priority. Moreover, the original plot is a bit hypocritical and the plot is a bit dragged out. The male protagonist's straightforward preaching in the film can be cut down. As for the characterization of the villain, the dean, it is also a bit dull. He has been teaching for so many years, and his cognition is absolutely qualitative. He abides by the education system, so how can he be easily persuaded? As for the line of the daughter in the movie, which is used to completely break the dean's concept, it drags down the overall rhythm of the film. Lyman directly gave up this branch line. He wanted to tell the story of the corruption and killing of students under the Indian education system, rather than focusing on the ambiguous story of Rancho and the dean's sudden awakening. After sorting out the ideas for adaptation, Lyman wrote the outline quickly, and the characterization of each character began to emerge. The dean, who symbolizes the dogma and rules of the old era, always has a serious face, and stubbornly believes that only grades are the standard for measuring the value of a student. Rancho, who symbolizes the new ideas of education in the new era, is optimistic by nature, and can always influence the people or things around him. He does not take the dean's theory of grades seriously, but encourages his roommates around him to try to stick to their ideals. It is this complete opposition that determines all the contradictions, conflicts, and plot rhythms of this film. The series of events triggered by the collision of ideas is the main line. As for the other sidelines used for embellishment, those that are irrelevant to the main line are all removed. The original director's flashback technique, the way of starting the plot from the agreement 10 years ago, is naturally not adopted. The sidelines are gone, and the agreement is naturally a joke. Lyman's idea is very simple, using the most straightforward narrative to portray the real life of Indian universities. Under that high-pressure state, the suppressed nature of each student is what he wants to tell through the movie. He never thought of mechanically copying the movie. He is a director with his own ideas, and the story he wants to tell will naturally be different. Even if there is a successful precedent of the previous work, it cannot be copied completely. He has his own shooting concept. Moreover, copying is never a panacea, just like some directors never edit the movies according to their own wishes. There are too many changes in this world, and the unchanging is the most fatal. For example, black politics is the most mainstream direction of Hollywood creation in the future, and Black Lives Matter has become the most popular point for people to promote. But if you take out a movie completely dominated by black people now, at this point in time, in the American environment, do you still think it can still be successful, and will there still be many audiences who agree with it? The answer is a question mark. The right time, right place, and right people are also important in movies. Different movies will be shaped in different environments. Didn't homosexuality become accepted by people only after the new century? Who would have thought that these would become normal words in people's mouths? So, blindly copying is not absolutely correct. Moreover, if movies are all copied and pasted, they will lose the charm they should have. The wonderful feeling of immersing yourself in the world, portrayed by the director for the audience, is what this kind of light and shadow art needs most. Artistic creation requires a watering of the creator's thoughts and spirits to truly take shape and enjoy the sweetness. Oranges grown in the south of the Hui River are oranges, while those grown in the north of the Hui River are bitter oranges. In this small study, under the soft light, a man holds a pencil and shapes his views on Indian education, a story about an academy. A bit cold. Chapter 31. Hey 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 please recommend and collect. Early the next morning, Lemon was awakened by the strong sunlight coming in from the window. Last night, after finishing the script outline quickly, he was sleepy and went to bed in a daze, even forgetting to close the window that he had opened when he was strolling last night. He scratched his hair hard. Although his brain was still a little unclear, Lemon didn't want to take a nap. With hazy eyes open, he put on his slippers and walked to the bathroom. After a series of operations, he took care of his personal hygiene and his spirits were slightly lifted. After changing his clothes and picking up the script outline, Lemon closed the door with his backhand and went out. Walking on the relatively clean street, he was instantly awakened by the strong summer sun. Cars sped by, while pedestrians walked slowly. Even though he was wearing cool clothes, he inevitably began to sweat. Lemon thought to himself, if I had asked Ryan to drive to pick me up earlier, I wouldn't have made an appointment to meet in the studio. But there is no way. It has become an established fact, and there is no point in thinking about it. Continuing to walk along the street, the tall trees on both sides of the road barely blocked a lot of sunlight, so it was not even more uncomfortable. Not far away, there is a breakfast shop. Lemon had eaten there several times before. The taste was okay. The most important thing is that it is close to his home and in the direction of the studio. When he went in, he saw a large table inside the door with various plates of food, which contained a variety of bread choices. There was also a large iron bucket on the other side, which contained hot milk. Lemon said, a croissant, a chocolate bread, and a cup of cold coffee. The fat boss, with a smile on his face, was wearing a mask. Hearing this, he held a bread clip in his hand and gently and quickly took it out of the plate. With his other hand, he had already taken out a plastic bag. He skillfully put it, lifted it, and pulled it, and the 2 loaves of bread were packed. He took out the packaged coffee from the counter at the back and handed it to Lemon, a total of €8. After collecting the money, giving the change, and smilingly saying welcome to come again next time, the fat boss went to meet the needs of the next customer. Seeing this, you may find out why all the food is sweet. In fact, Lemon doesn't understand. Perhaps the French believe that breakfast is the first meal to replenish the energy needed for the day, and the most needed thing is glucose. They ate while walking along the way. When they were about to reach the studio, Lemon had already finished all the breakfast. After drinking, the shrunken coffee bag and the plastic bag containing bread were rolled into a ball and thrown neatly into a trash can on the street. Taking out the key, opening the door of the studio, Lemon walked in instantly. The address of this house is a storefront on the street outside the Monica community, which is about 2,000 meters away from Lemon's apartment. The internal space is not large, only about 20 square meters, with a toilet, but no facilities for bathing are installed. Anyway, this is just an empty shell. Lemon, Ryan, and even Thomas do not live here. Ryan lives in an apartment on the street in the center of Cannes. His father bought it for him. He stopped living with his parents after he became an adult. Thomas lives in the Monica neighborhood. It is a property owned by one of his uncles and temporarily lent to him. Lemon took out a mop from the bathroom and mopped the floor while he was free. It has been more than a week since I came here, and the floor is a little dusty. Just as I was about to clean the nameplate at the door, Ryan arrived. He drove the silver white DS sedan over. Hey, man, you have been staying at home for a few days, but you have missed a lot of things, Ryan said with regret as soon as he stepped into the door of the studio. What did I miss? Lemon said very cooperatively and helped him take over the question. You missed it. We went to enjoy the activities of beauties together. A few days ago, Thomas and I went to Martinez Beach. At a glance, it was all bikinis. The temptation was so tempting. Ryan smacked his lips, looking particularly exaggerated. Come on, I've been to that place before. Do you have to do this? Seriously, let's get down to business first. Lemon looked confused. It's not enough to just watch. Only a silly boy like Ryan likes to do it, and he pretends to be a love saint, a pure man. Lemon said he saw through everything. Do you have a new plan? Ryan's eyes became more active when he heard about business. The creation of Buried was still vivid in his mind, and it was successful, making him eager to make the next film project again. Well, I have an idea, you take a look at the story outline first. As he said, Lemon took out a stack of manuscript paper from the file bag on the table and handed it to Ryan. Ryan took the manuscript paper with a little expectation, sat on a wooden stool and read it carefully. Well, what a crappy name. 3 Idiots. I'm watching it. Damn. The plot design takes place in India. And then read on. It's still about the story of college students. After watching all the way through, Ryan put away his previous expectation. Many questions that he didn't understand piled up in his mind, and he had to speak out. I think we should change the name first. Ryan began to express his opinion. Lemon took advantage of the time he just flipped through the script to clean the nameplate hanging outside the house. Hearing this, he didn't mind and said, "What name should we change?" Ryan said, "I can't transcend it. How about speaking directly from the heart and echoing the ending? Why don't you call it 3 Idiots? It's more direct and clear." Lemon rolled his eyes and ignored it. Ryan was obviously not reconciled. He continued to express his views. Then why do you want to shoot Indian education? France, Britain, and the United States. These campus stories are definitely worth watching. Why go so far? I want to involve the caste system. Do these countries have it? Ryan was knocked out with just one sentence. He thought for a moment and continued, will there be an audience for our Indian films? As long as the story is well told, non-English films will also have audience support. Film art has no borders. Lemon finally understood what Ryan was worried about. It was nothing more than seeing that the main creation place was India and the actors were also selected in India, so he was afraid that it was too risky. These days, non-English films are indeed not very popular in the global market. Few market-leading works have been born, and most of them have good reputations, but poor box office results. Okay, since you have thought it through, I don't have any other questions. Ryan spread out the manuscript and asked, what do you need me to do? What is the creative idea? Do you know the caste system in India? Do you understand the entire education system? The general direction is to talk about these. I need you to write the background conditions clearly, so that my shooting ideas can be clearer. Oh, man, you have given me another difficult problem. When can you make a movie with a French background? This country of India, I can't know too much about it, even if I have nothing to do, not to mention that it involves the issue of social system. You really found something for me to do. I have to refer to various documents, and may have to disturb my mentor again. Ryan was also convinced. Why does this friend like to make such a movie with a difficult background investigation? Isn't it better to make it simpler? It's really difficult for me, Fat Tiger. Just tell me if you can do it. Lemon looked at Ryan and said, pick up the background, the way the characters speak, and the details of life everywhere. We are going to do something big this time. Oh, by the way, I haven't asked you yet. This movie will cost a lot of money. Do you have enough money to shoot it? Don't worry, I have a plan. Lemon said confidently. Ryan didn't say anything when he heard it. He took the file bag, sorted out the outline of the script, and left with it. It is not an easy task to study the social background of India. He probably has some work to do. After watching Ryan leave, Lemon stood in the studio and thought carefully. He decided to do all the preliminary preparations first, so that he could be more convincing to Europa Films to attract investment. He called Thomas and the two of them went to various unions to file the project. The first stop was the Writers Guild. The procedures here are very simple. Edit a general situation of the script, and pay a small fee to complete the inclusion of the script for the new project. France's copyright law is very complete, but Lemon did not expect the filing of the Writers Guild to play a critical role. Film companies have always been unscrupulous, and imitating creativity is commonplace. Even if the case is brought to court, it will definitely be fine if it drags on for a year or two. Freedom and democracy, everyone knows it. The role of the Writers Guild is just to add an insurance, not a guarantee, that the copyright of the creation will not be violated. No one is stupid enough to think that everything will be fine if the script has been accepted by the Writers Guild. If that were true, it would be great. After getting the filing documents issued by the Writers Guild, the two of them went to the Directors Guild without stopping. The threshold for joining here is still very conditional. Lyman successfully joined with the release of Buried and his complete creative experience. Paying a membership fee every year can get help from the union, such as putting pressure on the production company to get a suitable salary and reasonably requesting a share of the film's profits. The staff of the Directors Guild will strive to obtain the best conditions for each director who joins, and they are also a strong support for Lyman when he goes to negotiate with Europa Films. After dealing with a series of advantages that may bring to the negotiation, the next step is that the two of them went to the Cinematography Guild to handle the procedures for Thomas. Since he wants to become a photographer in the industry, experience is essential. With the help of the union, his situation will be better. There is also the budget report for shooting. Lyman also began to spend time compiling it. It is also a time-consuming task to make it well-reasoned and clear. Daily Votes CAC. Chapter 32 Production and Distribution. Please recommend and collect. The call was connected. Please transfer me to Mr. Schubert. Hi, it's me, Lyman. I'm in St. Denis now. Are you free today? I want to talk to your company about something. Yes, about a new project. Do you have time? Okay, I'll be there in the afternoon. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Lyman said to Thomas and Ryan in the room, "It's an appointment. We can meet in the afternoon. Are you planning to ask Europa Films to help with investment and distribution?" Thomas asked curiously. "Of course, with a distribution company as a backup, we won't be so busy when filming. You don't want to come to the theater to seek distribution after the production is completed." The three chatted, and time passed quickly. Since the day before yesterday, the movie script that had been conceived for more than a week was finally finalized by Ryan, and they came to Paris. Because the headquarters of Europa Films is located in a business building in the central block of St. Denis, in the northern suburbs of Paris. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the three set off early. They called a taxi and headed towards their destination. Lyman looked out the window, at the tall buildings, at the wide roads, and at this modern metropolis. The car stopped, and Ryan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, paid the fare. The three of them got out of the car, and walked into the Europa Films building without hesitation. After explaining their purpose to the receptionist, the three were taken to a conference room. Not long after they waited, the senior executives of Europa Films came in. "Lyman, this is Rand Robint, the head of the distribution department." In this spacious conference room, Mr. Schubert, the short-haired man who bought the copyright of Buried before, began to introduce everyone present. "This is Luc Besson. I believe you are familiar with him." Lyman heard the words and saw this familiar face. He had seen this great French director many times in major media newspapers. "Hello, Mr. Luc Besson. It's an honor to meet you." As he said, he shook the other party's right hand that was first extended. "I've seen your work. It's very impressive." Luc Besson was not shy at all, but continued to smile and said, "I heard that you have a new project. I hope it will be another masterpiece." After everyone got familiar with each other a little, the meeting to seek investment and distribution began. Lyman stood up and winked at Ryan and Thomas, who saw this and began to distribute the project's establishment materials to the senior executives of Europa Films present. After a while, feeling that it was about the right time, Lyman said, "The budget for the filming of the film is about 6 million euros, and the shooting time is about 2 months. You have more detailed information in front of you, so I won't waste my words. How is it? I think it's a bit risky. This movie is shot in India, I'm afraid. The subject matter is still very good, focusing on university education in India. But it has to invest 6 million euros, such a large sum of money. What if the cost cannot be recovered?" The people below exchanged conditions left and right, and the originally quiet meeting room seemed a little noisy. At this time, Schubert stood up and said, "Lyman, how sure are you that the film will be accepted by the market?" Without profit prospects, it will be difficult for us to make investment and distribution decisions. Before a film is released, who can tell whether it will be successful or not? I can only say that I will try my best to create a good story that can be accepted by the audience, that's all. Lyman said calmly. But our company does not have a distribution channel in India, so it can't really help. A middle-aged man stood up and said, "This is the director of the distribution department, Rand Robint, who was introduced earlier." Lyman recognized him. Obviously, he thought that the main audience of this film would be in India. As for joint distribution, it shouldn't be difficult to jointly promote this film with the distribution companies in India. I think Europa Films has also commissioned distribution when distributing films around the world in the past. But even so, the risk is still too great, and it also involves overseas filming. I can't think of any good results for non-English films. The director of the marketing department stood up and expressed his opinion. Indeed, these days, non-English films have not performed very well in the English cultural circle, which is mainly composed of Europe and North America. Even those films that won the Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film have difficulty making waves. As of this year, only 6 non-English works have made a substantial profit, and only 2 of them have made very good profits. One is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon from the mainland, and the other is Life is Beautiful from Italy. This shows the exclusiveness of the cultural circle, and it is also a situation that is enough to cause headaches for all non-English films. Therefore, Europa Films' concerns are also due to this. The development space is very limited, and the prospect of recovering profits is very unclear. Instead of spending energy and money to produce such films, it is better to concentrate on conquering the screening in the cultural region. Perhaps, it is natural for them to choose to give up this slightly tricky project. Lyman listened to these doubtful questions, and felt a little frustrated. He had a sudden idea to film the current state of Indian education from an outsider's perspective, without over-beautifying or over-vilifying it, but just keeping a normal mind, and depicting the society of light and shadow in a fair manner. As for bringing some reflection and change to the audience, this is the biggest role of this film. The caste system is indeed the dregs of civilized society, and should have been abandoned long ago. If you don't understand it, it is really hard to imagine that in this modern society, where the whole world is beginning to face up to class issues, there is still such a gap between respect and inferiority. People of low castes are sentenced to death from birth. When they grow up, they often work as servants and craftsmen, with extremely narrow space for advancement. Few people know about this cruelty. At least Thomas is not clear. He has learned about the caste system in India from textbooks, but he doesn't understand some of the phenomena at all, and he thinks that the Indian government has abolished this social system. Yes, how can outsiders in a civilized society care about things that will never intersect with their lives? Under Ryan's detailed and multifaceted evidence collection, Lyman, who knows a little bit, and Thomas, who doesn't know much, were shocked by Ryan's conversation. He said, in fact, those high caste people did not regard the low caste people as the same species as them. In their eyes, those low class people were like livestock kept in the house. There are hundreds of millions of such livestock similar to humans in India, and there are also Dalits, who are hybrids not protected by Indian law, and have a lower status than Shudras. These people have lost their dignity and honor since birth. Until death, they may not have done anything wrong. They are diligent, and belong to the same high civilization. The last thing they should do, is to be born in a low caste family. But, what is more terrible is, that these superficial social problems are still unbreakable. This kind of slavery-like rule is taken for granted, and absolutely correct in the eyes of those who are old. According to the indoctrination that they have received since childhood, they should work hard for the masters of the high castes, provide for them, and obey them. And it is ridiculous to say that all this is taken for granted, which happens in the most devout belief of Indians, Hinduism. Its doctrine advocates equality for all, but that kind of equality is spiritual. That is, the souls of all believers are born equal, but your bodies are unequal and differentiated. Some people's bodies are naturally clean, such as Brahmins, while the bodies of low castes have been defiled, are dirty, and are untouchable. Therefore, the low caste untouchables will naturally be oppressed obediently, because your bodies are not clean, and Lord Brahma will not protect those with impure bodies. It is very simple to get rid of it. After reincarnation in the next life, you can be reborn into a good family and become a Brahmin. The religious regulations also say that low caste people should wear smelly clothes to temper their will. If they can endure things that ordinary people cannot endure and practice every day, they can move Lord Brahma faster and escape from the sea of suffering. Moreover, the doctrine also says the suffering in this life is short-lived. Just work hard and don't deal with other untouchables, otherwise you will be polluted and will be an untouchable in the next life. What a good way to manage the masses and deceive people. It is precisely because of this that the untouchables who belong to the same low caste look down on each other. The one who kills chickens looks down on the one who kills fish, thinking that he is an untouchable, will be polluted, and will not have a good life in the next life. The one who kills fish looks down on the one who kills sheep, thinking that he is also an untouchable, will be polluted, and must be kept isolated. Under such cognition, the low caste class is played with, and cannot unite at all. They regard each other as monsters and demons. They would rather serve the high caste people wholeheartedly and long to become such nobles in the next life. They will not contact each other rashly and be polluted, and it is even more impossible for them to make their voices heard in the world and fight against the interest class that oppresses them. It is precisely because of the long-term influence of the dogmas and doctrines taught since childhood and the same views of parents themselves that this cancer of the caste system will continue to survive in Indian society. It is very sad, isn't it? Religion is supposed to be a place to comfort the soul, but it has become a toy of the rulers, troubling countless low caste families in India. Lyman, we'll think about it and give you a clear answer. Luck Besson spoke up. He was the main person in charge of the company. Okay, I'll go back and wait for your news. Forced to cheer up and put on a suitable smile, Lyman and the other two left the meeting room. Daily vote request CAC. Chapter 33. I'm optimistic about him. Please recommend and collect. Are you leaving now? Ryan was still a little confused as they walked on the road. Lyman nodded. Well, let's wait for the news. Not optimistic, huh? Thomas, who was walking silently, also spoke. Lyman nodded again. I have concerns. Then he comforted him. It doesn't matter. If this project doesn't work, we still have another choice. We can wait until we have more convincing results before we start this work. Maybe, by then, we will have enough funds to shoot and produce it. With that, the three of them seemed to become optimistic. But there was still something different after all. What was it? The feeling of not being optimistic seemed to bring them back to the days when they were frantically seeking distribution. He looked so handsome when he visited the door foolishly. Turning back, Lyman looked at the headquarters of Europa Films again. The modern business building was surprisingly tall, more than 100 meters high, rising from the ground, like a strong giant standing in the city center. Walking to the street in trance, the three of them waited silently until Ryan waved his hand to stop a taxi, and then they returned to the B&B where they were staying. At the same time, the meeting about the investment project had not yet ended. Luck Besson looked at the detailed budget report and shooting plan, and the strings of data on it moved him. It was obvious that he had spent a lot of thought. Boss, are you sure you want to cancel the project? The risk is indeed a bit high, the head of the production department said. Luck Besson put down the report in his hand and did not directly say the decision. Instead, he asked an irrelevant question. How is the distribution of Buried? The total global box office has accumulated to. In the 6th week of the screening of Buried, the French market had already been closed, and the total global box office has accumulated to 14.67 million euros. There is no doubt that this movie can make a profit for Europa Films. It only paid 2 million euros in copyright distribution fees and nearly 2 million euros in publicity and distribution costs, and received 8.26 million euros in pre-tax share. After deducting expenses, the total profit was about 3.89 million euros. At present, only a few overseas regions are still showing Buried, and the daily box office revenue is over 200,000 euros, but the profit sharing ratio has dropped to 40/60. Let me digress. How are the box office revenues divided between the cinema and the distribution company? It mainly depends on the specific film's revenue generation. Generally speaking, the conventional profit-sharing ratio is a model called 90/10 bottom line coefficient multiplied by 70%. The algorithm for this sharing is to take a weekly basis, subtract the weekly box office total of a movie in a cinema from the fixed expenses of the cinema agreed at the beginning, such as cleaning fees, electricity bills, daily maintenance and repairs, etc., and then multiply it by 90%. The resulting number is the film rental received by the distribution company. However, this is only one of the options. A condition must be added later, which is to use the total box office without deducting the screening expenses of the cinema chain, and directly multiply it by 70%. This ratio is generally between 60–70%. The specific ratio depends on how to negotiate with the cinema chain. In short, the better the prospects for the release of the film, the more favorable the negotiation is for the distributor. On the contrary, the cinema chain is more powerful. The resulting number is the share of the distribution company. Therefore, the distributor will generally see which of the two options has more income, and then choose which sharing method as the commission received from the cinema this week. Of course, the cinema chain cannot work for nothing. Such a high sharing ratio is only for the first 3 weeks of screening, and then from the 4th week, it will drop to 60/40, and the 6th week will become 50/50, and the 7th week will reach 40/60. Anyway, the longer the screening time, the higher the cinema chain's share ratio will be, but not all movies can last for such a long screening time. Generally, only popular or highly acclaimed movies can do this. Cinemas are based on revenue. If the daily output cannot keep up with the market, or is unsatisfactory, even if it is a new film, it will be cancelled and replaced by something else. Everything should be based on money. In other words, from the agreed release dates to the end of the film, all the box office revenue of a movie is divided between the distributor and the cinema. The distributor probably takes a little advantage, but it is almost 55-50, half and half. The script is quite interesting. The boss opened his mouth and said something that the production manager could not understand. Were they just talking about the revenue of Buried Alive? Why are they talking about the script again? Are all directors' thinking ability so fast? The production manager fell into deep thought. What do you think? What about the script? The subject matter is good and very innovative. The production manager nodded slightly. It's rare to find a director who doesn't like to focus on family ethics. Isn't it interesting? There are so many directors in the French film industry, and more than half of them live on the state's film industry support funds. They make movies that are pornographic, and under the banner of literature and art, and call them art. As for whether they make money or not, and whether the audience likes it, they don't care about it at all. There is a country, and there is no worry about not having movies to shoot. Life is so happy. The market is all occupied by Hollywood movies, but there is no panic at all. There is a country. Isn't it ironic? As the birthplace of film in Europe, France is also one of the first places to come into contact with this place, known as the seventh art, but it can't even defend its own territory. When you open the movie rankings in its own region, all American blockbusters are hanging on it, which is very interesting. But Luc Besson is anxious. He doesn't like this situation. He makes pure commercial movies, but still can't stop the French people from supporting American blockbusters. This made him realize that he alone can't save the situation, and he has to cultivate a large number of local film talents to defend his territory. As it happens, he felt that Lyman was worth their efforts to support him. Luc Besson pondered for a moment and asked again, "Will we make €6 million on Buried?" "Yes, but it will take time." The head of the production department answered immediately. The box office revenue alone is definitely not enough, but the offline distribution has not yet started. Estimate the market potential of the film. This kind of thriller masterpiece has always been favored in the rental market. As long as you give it a little time, not much, 2 or 3 months, you can make more than €6 million in revenue. Do you have Lyman's contact information? Yes, I do. The head of the production department was stunned for a moment and said, "Tell him that we have decided to invest. Okay. This matter was originally decided by the boss. Although he was the head of the production department and was responsible for the establishment of film projects within the company, since it had been decided, what else could he say? I'll do it right away. After Three Idiots was officially established within the company, Piran Lebogan, one of the company's senior veterans, also knew about it. He was also present at the meeting and knew some of the situation. However, after Lemon and others left, seeing that nothing was going on, most people returned to their jobs, leaving only the head of the production department to deal with the aftermath. Unexpectedly, the film project was approved again. He didn't understand, so he went to his friend Luc Besson's office to find out what was going on. He knocked on the door and walked in. Man, what do you think? Luc Besson was handling company affairs. Hearing this, he put down his pen and said, "Is the company developing smoothly? Our film business has already ranked second in the market share of France. Only the old-fashioned Pathé Pictures is slightly ahead of us." Speaking of this, Pierre was a little proud. The company they founded had achieved such results in just 2 years of development, and it was inseparable from his credit. Just slightly behind. Luc Besson sighed, "They are better than us every year, just by acting as agents to distribute Hollywood movies. This gap is not a little bit. We can also try this business. I have recently contacted 20th Century Fox, and it is very likely that I will accept their company's film distribution work in France." Pierre said sincerely. He also felt that being an agent for Hollywood films was easier than working hard and taking risks to make movies. But how much will this help us gain market share in the local film market? Competing with EMI, the only cheaper ones are those American film companies. Luc Besson sighed. In terms of strength, film quality, and channels, our international performance is not as good as those large Hollywood studios, and we are not even as good as second-rate ones. Do you remember what our wish was when we founded this company? To unite the film forces of Europe to compete with Hollywood. Pierre said weakly. But we can't even unite France. Looking at the annual box office rankings, we are really far behind. So you want to support Lemon? Pierre guessed. His first film made a profit of more than 10 times the cost. How many new directors can do that? At least I'm not as good as him. And judging from his shooting concept, the production type of the next film is risky, but I think it is worth investing in. Talent needs to be cultivated. He didn't say this, but he believed that his good friend would know. At the beginning, didn't the two of them also experience failure along the way? What's more, the movie hasn't come out yet. It seems a bit early to say these things. Even if you want to sentence him to death, you have to have complete evidence. Just saying that the market prospects are unclear always feels very irresponsible. He is a director. He knows that the movie will shine differently in the hands of each person, so why not give it to Lemon? He is very optimistic about this young man, and even if he really loses money as predicted, it will not have any substantial impact on Europa Films. They are a big company. They are not afraid. Just make your decision. 3 chapters are presented. Please support me, please. Chapter 34. Very thoughtful. Please recommend and collect. Lyman didn't get up from bed until the sun was high in the sky, and lying down made his body uncomfortable. He put on his clothes, pants, and shoes, and took care of his personal hygiene in the bathroom. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled the smell of food, which lingered in his nose. Hearing the sound, Ryan and Thomas, who were sitting in the living room, looked up and saw Lyman standing at the door of the room. They hurriedly called out, "Come and eat something, Lyman." This is what Thomas packed from a restaurant outside. It's not provided by this hotel. The decoration of the B&B they lived in was very good. Although the price was a little expensive, it was completely worth it. It was just that the food was too heavy. The French region loves sweets. Lyman's genes don't reject the slightly greasy taste, but he really can't accept the food in this hotel. When he ate it for the first time, the feeling that it was several levels sweeter than the usual sweets made his stomach unable to accept it. The hotel living room was quite spacious. The two of them sat around the coffee table and ate delicious food, which touched Lyman beside them. Speaking of which, he hadn't even had breakfast today, and his stomach was empty. "Really?" Lemon said, taking a step, found a suitable place to sit down, took a bowl of pasta, and started to eat it. Thomas, who was standing by, had been paying attention to Lemon since he appeared. Seeing that he had finished a bowl of pasta with a huff and puff and was about to stop chewing, he quickly asked, "Lemon, how is that going?" "No problem at all." Lemon continued, "I met with them again yesterday, and the filming team has been confirmed. You will also be a member of the camera team." Thomas naturally asked whether he could be in charge of the camera position for the new project, and Lemon gave a clear affirmation. After seeking distribution and investment that day, they returned to the hotel not long ago and received a call from Europa Films saying that the film had been approved within their company. This was naturally a good thing, and Lemon and the other two were extremely happy when they knew it. As a company with a mature system and a complete production system, Europa Films quickly started the preliminary preparations after the project was approved. In just 4 days, most of the filming staff were assembled. Yesterday, after meeting again, the camera team and the set design team were confirmed. Seeing that the crew was about to be fully assembled and ready to start filming, Lemon felt relieved. The background of the industry's senior production company was fully revealed. "Didn't I tell you not to worry? Look how nervous you are." Ryan teased Thomas. Thomas laughed and ignored Ryan, still immersed in the joy of being able to control the camera. The next day, Europa Films invited Lemon to discuss the filming work again, saying that it was to make the final confirmation. Lemon did not dare to delay and rushed to the headquarters building with Thomas and Ryan. Lemon. "Hello, Schubert." "Hello." After a round of greetings, the heads of the main creative team and legal staff of Europa Films all gathered in a conference room. Schubert began to introduce a middle-aged man to Lemon. He said, "This is George, the production manager of your film. He has rich experience in the industry. If you have any questions, you can go to him." "Hello, director." The other party took the lead in extending his right hand. "I have seen your work Buried Alive, which left a deep impression on me. I hope that we can cooperate sincerely in the future." Lemon shook hands with him and said politely, "I believe this will be a pleasant cooperation." As a production manager, George is expected to be the spokesperson arranged by Europa Films in the future filming of the crew, which means that he undoubtedly has a great say. Lemon is very clear about this. After all, it involves an investment of €6 million, which is not to be underestimated. And since Lemon has not signed a formal director contract with Europa Films, the focus of the next meeting is also on this aspect: Lemon's rights and treatment during the filming of the crew. "Your director's salary is €200,000. Schubert said first. "No, I'll give it to you after the post-production is completed. The shooting budget is a little tight." Lemon replied calmly. The shooting of the film is what he cares about most. As for the salary, it's fine as long as he has that intention. Schubert looked at Lyman and saw that he had made such a proposal, which was also a disguised recognition of the salary issue. So, he spoke again. "Okay, let's do as you say. The next step is the issue of profit sharing. According to our plan, as the director of this film, you can automatically get 3% of the box office profit of the film. Do you have any objections? It's a very reasonable distribution, isn't it?" "I have no objection." Lemon was quite single, and then said, "I hope I can have the absolute power to choose actors, and I want to have full control over the post-editing work. As the producer of this film, Europa Films naturally has the final say on the division of most of the benefits, and Lemon doesn't want to argue about this. He is just a director, and what he cares about is naturally creative freedom. Within a reasonable range, what should be strived for should of course be discussed in advance. For example, these two issues he cares about most, good actors and good editing, can completely determine the fate of a film, and they are also the best carriers of his filming philosophy. If you want the film to be shot as you expect, you must intervene." Schubert didn't seem to have any concerns in this regard. After listening, he smiled and said, "Of course, your opinion is the main one." Luc Besson, his immediate superior, recognized this director. In addition to paying attention to the interests of the company, Schubert had no intention of intervening in the filming and production of the film. The reason for arranging a production manager is that he really hopes that his experience can help Lemon's filming work, rather than fighting for the power of the crew. Lemon breathed a sigh of relief. For him, these aspects are what he cares about most. He doesn't want to be just a tool for filming. He wants to shoot movies according to his own ideas, not any other factors. Afterwards, the two discussed a series of rights and obligations as a director. Combined with Lyman's personal requirements, he will fully participate in the preparation, shooting, and post-editing of the crew. To be honest, Lyman didn't think about winning the right to speak in most of the crew so easily when he came here before. Just like he didn't know why Europa Films' attitude towards the project establishment of this film changed so quickly, he also couldn't understand Schubert's series of decentralization. He only focused on the percentage of each profit and expenditure, not the issue of filming and production. In Lyman's view, this was completely putting the cart before the horse. Isn't it a fantasy to think about the profit before the film is made? If the film is lost, no matter how much you care, it will be useless. In the afternoon, the main creative team and Lyman, witnessed by various legal lawyers sent by the union, determined the content of the formal contract. As a director, in addition to the crew's right to speak and obligations, he also received 3% of the box office share and €200,000 in filming fees. Of course, the 3% ratio is after deducting various expenses such as theaters and distributors, and then the additional share of the profit can be calculated. Signing his name on the 2 copies of the contract, Lyman still felt a little unreal in his heart. His negotiation work was too smooth. But these are all good things, aren't they? As a member of the crew's camera team, Thomas also signed a formal contract and received a weekly salary of €900. Ryan continued to work as a field manager with a weekly salary of €1,200, and as one of the screenwriters of the film script, he received a fixed salary of €3,000. Lyman also suggested that Ryan be listed as a producer, and Schubert agreed, but without additional salary. Now, Thomas has made up his mind to hone his camera skills and strive to be independent. In addition to being proficient in screenwriting and field management, his friend Ryan has no other skills. Screenwriters are the least valuable in the entire industry, and there is limited room for advancement in field management. For his future, it is most appropriate to transform into a producer. It not only takes into account his screenwriting ability, but also further improves his voice in handling crew affairs. The tentative budget of €6 million for the film has been received. You still need to go to India to negotiate the location work. We don't have an office there, and many things are inconvenient to handle. You can only rely on your own efforts. After the contract was signed, Schubert continued to talk about the preparations. He had received instructions from Luc Besson, so some related work naturally had to be explained in advance. Do you have some information about Indian production companies? Lyman asked. Well, it's ready. You can consider which party to cooperate with. Remember to discuss it with George. He has been to India to shoot before and has experience in this area. Schubert specifically reminded. I will. Going to India, an unfamiliar place to shoot, naturally requires cooperation with a local production company so that you won't be in the dark and confused. Well, that's it. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Schubert sorted out the contract and left the meeting room. After watching him leave, Lyman chatted with the production manager Mr. George for a few more words. After telling him to investigate the Indian production company, he also left here with Ryan and Thomas and returned to the B&B hotel. After checking out, they took a taxi to Cannes. The three packed their luggage and prepared for a long battle. On October 26th, the main creative team of the crew gathered and flew to India. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35, Trip to India. Please recommend and collect. Sitting with George in a coffee shop in Mumbai, India, Lyman stirred the Blue Mountain in front of him and took a sip. The rich coffee aroma mixed with a sweet aftertaste lingered between the tongue and teeth, making people relax. The passage of time also became slow because of this lazy atmosphere. Half an hour passed, and the person who was scheduled to meet finally arrived. I'm sorry, both of you, I was delayed by something. A middle-aged man walked closer and expressed his apology sincerely, politely, and gracefully. Lemon looked up when he heard it, and George said on the side, "It's okay, we just arrived a little while ago." The middle-aged man was wearing a traditional Indian collarless long-sleeved loose shirt and trousers. His skin color was lighter, unlike the dark skin of ordinary Indians. He was not tall, with a long face and a thin body. He had light brown curly hair and slightly thick lips. He spoke fluent English with Indian characteristics. Although there was a smell of curry, communication was still no problem. The middle-aged man then sat opposite Lemon, and then turned to the waiter who followed him and said, "A cup of mandolin coffee, with a spoonful of milk, no sugar, thank you." This special meeting was naturally for the production of the film Project 3 Idiots. The most difficult thing for Lemon to do was to survey the filming location. The entire film needs to be shot in India. How to find a suitable location is really difficult to do without the help of these local snakes. Moreover, there are many unknown factors in India. What matters should be paid attention to, whether it will touch the taboos of the locals, or the matching of the scenery and costumes during the shooting, are full of various uncertainties. Therefore, this requires the crew to have an intermediary who is familiar with all aspects of affairs, an intermediary who can communicate with the actors and build a bridge with the local government, that is, an intermediary who obtains the permit for the filming location, an intermediary who can make the filming go smoothly, and even successfully distribute it in India. In this way, cooperating with local production and distribution companies is undoubtedly the fastest and safest way. In addition to their own strength, their connections and channels are also incomparable to those small companies. The middle-aged man in front of him is a senior executive of various international pictures, the leader of the Indian film industry. Their company produces the most films and achieves the best market results in India every year. They have important distribution channels in the Middle East, Africa and parts of Southeast Asia, and spread Indian culture through these channels. Mumbai, India is the headquarters of their company and the location of Bollywood in India. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Dijan Kumar. I'm here to discuss the cooperation with you two. The middle-aged man who called himself Dijan Kumar took a sip of coffee and then spoke. George, Lemon. After the two of them introduced themselves, the three of them exchanged a few polite words and the topic gradually got to the point. Europa Pictures wants to cooperate with us in the filming of this movie, right? Dijan Kumar confirmed again. Yes, we need to conduct on-site scouting in India and spend about a month shooting, but we are not familiar with this place. I hope your company can assist us in the production and shooting of this movie. George saw that Lemon did not say anything and answered. Dijan Kumar thought for a moment and said, "What are the requirements for the venue?" Most of the scenes take place on a university campus, and several homestays are also needed. Here are the location scouting requirements, you can take a look. George took out the location scouting documents from the film, project materials he brought, and handed them to Dijan Kumar. Dijan Kumar took it, read it carefully, and then said, "We can provide similar suitable venues in these places, but what can our company get from it?" Yes, what can they, Precarious International Pictures, get from this cooperation? Or what kind of benefits are worth their trouble? This is really a question. But long before the contact, Lemon and George reached an agreement, and even Europa Pictures understood what they had to pay. In the commercial society, what can impress people is naturally tangible benefits, and only in this way can people be convinced to contribute. The Indian distribution of this film will be taken over by your company, and we, Europa Pictures, only want 40% of the benefits from all aspects. George said a good condition, of course. This is not their bottom line. Negotiations, of course, require both parties to state their demands, and there is no way to throw in the towel at the beginning. Calculate after deducting the theater's revenue and publicity costs? No. The publicity costs are borne by your company, and only the calculation after deducting the theater's share is calculated. George immediately denied. This person is more greedy than he thought, and he still wants to deduct the publicity costs. If no one supervises, most of the profits in India will go into your company's pocket. Of course, it is impossible to play this game. Okay, but your share must be reduced to 35% before our company agrees to cooperate. Dijan Kumar said in a business-like manner, with a calm face. After hearing this, George pretended to hesitate and struggle, lowered his head, and pondered for a moment, and forced a wink to Lemon, and then hesitantly said, "No problem. The bottom line given by their Europa Films is 30% of the share. As long as this line is not broken, the rest is relatively easy to talk about." Seeing that the two agreed, Dijon Kuma was obviously happy. He smiled and said, "Then, do you have a detailed shooting plan? Our company can help arrange the location and production work appropriately. Of course, we have prepared it." George took out another document from the briefcase behind him and handed it to Dijon Kuma. After getting a positive answer, Dijon Kuma did not hesitate. After taking the document, he roughly flipped through it. After reading it, he did not speak or move, but supported his chin with his right hand, as if he was lost in thought. Lemon and George did not interrupt, and for a while, the three of them fell into a harmonious silence. The aroma of coffee was drifting away little by little, and the amount in the cup was also decreasing little by little. Finally, Dijon Kuma raised his eyes and asked with some doubts, "Who is the director of this movie?" "It's me." Lemon, who had been silent, spoke. After Dijon Kuma determined the goal, although he was a little skeptical whether he could successfully direct the filming of the film at his young age, this was not within his jurisdiction. Their company is only a partner, not a real producer. What he cares about most is to be able to reasonably strive for benefits. He just finished reading the shooting plan and found that the actor work for this movie has not been completed, which gave him an opportunity. "Excuse me, do you have a target for the actors of this movie? Maybe our company can provide consultation." Dijon Kuma looked like he was working for the filming of the movie, but in fact he wanted to push the contracted actors under his company into this project. In this way, not only can it provide performance opportunities for its artists, but it can also take the opportunity to expand the value of the actors. If the film is really good, and the actors who play the roles in it are from their company, there will surely be a lot of subsequent value development. Lemon laughed and did not reject Dijon Kuma's kindness. Except for the choice of the protagonist Rancho, he had a fixed candidate, and he didn't care much about the other roles. And since Eris International Pictures is willing to provide suitable actor targets, it can also be regarded as speeding up the filming of the movie, which is what he cares about. "I want Amir Khan to play the leading role, but I don't have any good choices for the other roles." As soon as Lemon opened his mouth, he gave Dijon Kuma a surprise. Among so many roles, he only had a fixed choice for the leading role, so there was a lot of room for manipulation. Dijon Kuma looked at Lemon seriously and said, "Our company knows many excellent Indian actors in the industry, and we can also invite well-known Bollywood movie stars. We will definitely be able to select the right actors for this movie. What do you think? Our shooting budget is limited, and we will not invite stars with too high a price to act." This needs to be explained in advance. This sentence means that you can choose actors, but you can't waste shooting funds to invite big names, because you can't afford it. Dijon Kuma obviously understood what he meant. He said, "Don't worry, we guarantee that we can select a very suitable candidate in all aspects. Oh, by the way, although I prefer Amir Khan to play the leading role, I don't have his contact information. Can your company arrange it for me, or send me a recruitment application?" Dijon Kuma had already obtained the actor's permission, so he naturally didn't think that Lemon's little trouble would be a hindrance. He also said generously, "This actor has also cooperated with our company before. I will inform him of the invitation to perform. You just need to leave a specific contact information." Hearing this, George told Dijon Kuma the hotel number and said, "The audition location will be at your company headquarters. We are staying in a hotel in Mumbai these days, and have no preparations in this regard." Of course, no problem. Then, the three of them had a series of farewell and polite conversations, being polite to each other, and politely bidding Dijon Kuma farewell. Lemon sat back in his seat lazily, and breathed a sigh of relief. The filming of the movie finally found a local production company to assist in the undertaking. With their strength, it must be much better. Chapter 36 Selecting Actors. Please recommend and collect. After watching Dijon Kuma leave, Lemon leaned back slightly and drank the cup of Blue Mountain coffee he ordered slowly. The participation of Eris International Pictures was the most important gain of this trip. Without them, the filming of this movie would never go smoothly, and the idea of completing the filming in 2 months would naturally be nonsense. Even before that, Lyman and George were very sure that there would be local film companies willing to cooperate, but before the dust settled, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Sitting quietly and peacefully, savoring the taste of coffee carefully, the sweet aftertaste has not yet dissipated, giving the spirit a great sense of satisfaction. It is said that coffee can provide a kind of effect similar to happiness, and it is true. Capturing George's expression from the corner of his eyes, he also seemed very relaxed. Lyman raised his eyes and said slightly, "Let's go back to the hotel." After that, he stood up, straightened his waist, patted George on the shoulder lightly, and walked straight out of the cafe. George understood immediately, paid the bill silently, and soon caught up with Lyman, who left first. Bollywood is the abbreviation of the exterior scene of Bollywood Studios. The origin of the name is that Indians replaced the first letter H of Hollywood with the letter B of Bombay, the film capital of their country, thus changing Hollywood to Bollywood. After staying in the hotel for one night, Lyman and George went to the headquarters of Eris International Pictures the next day. They informed them that they could start the first round of auditions in the afternoon. In a business building, this Indian company rented the entire first to third floors. The place is large, and the department operations are also very orderly. Along the way, the areas of each office are divided. When they came to the distribution department on the second floor, Dijan Kumar was already waiting there. After a few pleasantries, they used the temporary conference room as the venue for the audition. There was a long table with 4 people sitting behind it, namely Lyman, George, Dijan Kumar of Eris International Pictures, and a production director named Kaman. There was a camera in front of the table, and an unknown staff member was fiddling with it. Lyman and George were naturally the examiners of today's audition. The other 2 were just there to join in the fun, act as interpreters, and protect the rights of their actors. In the conference room, in addition to these 5 people, there were 2 employees of Eris International Pictures. One of them was responsible for calling out numbers in another lounge and notifying actors to audition, while the other was assisting, that is, doing odd jobs and running errands. Maybe he could also temporarily play a supporting role later. Dijan Kumar brought 4 documents to him and George, 2 for each of them. Among the 2 documents, one was a list of actors' documents that were confirmed to participate in the audition today. It was a thin stack, with only about 20 copies. The other was a list of all the characters' temperaments that were more in line with Lyman's requirements, which was a thick stack. Lyman measured it with his eyes and estimated that there were almost 100 copies. He looked at these lists and thought, is Bollywood still developing well? With so many backup actors, it's almost comparable to the actor reserve in France. It's no wonder that Lyman is ignorant. In recent years, Bollywood movies have gradually developed vigorously and have made their own brand. They are very popular in Russia and even some Arab countries. They have begun to develop rapidly towards internationalization, and their strength is slowly increasing. Indian movies can also be regarded as regional genre films with a good reputation. Lyman sorted out the audition list and divided the small stack into categories. Several leading actors, such as Farhan and Raja, the roommates of the protagonist Rancho, are the most important actor choices for this trip. Amir Khan is not in Mumbai now, so it will take a few days to meet him, but his schedule is not a problem. Let's discuss it after meeting. After sorting out his thoughts, Lyman said a few words to Dijan Kumar. Dijan Kumar signaled the waiting staff at the door to call the number. After a while, a young man walked into the audition meeting room. Rakul Hawan, a native of Mumbai, is 26 years old, 176 centimeters tall and weighs 65 kilograms. Lyman glanced at the information, looked up at the actor, and his eyes lit up. This guy has a very simple face. If he is given a pair of glasses, some makeup, and a hairstyle, he should be very suitable for the role of Farhan. Anyway, his appearance and temperament look quite honest. Hello, director. Hello, everyone. My name is Lakhu, and I have played in a TV series. Lakhu Hammer chattered about himself, and his voice was also very powerful, although it was difficult to understand. After all, he was speaking Hindi, but it felt that he had practiced and had a good command of reading lines. Lyman was more satisfied. He interrupted Lakuhama's introduction and said directly, "Okay, I need you to perform now. Well, suppose you failed the college entrance examination, and your roommate who got along well with you got the first place in the school. He came to comfort you. What would you do?" Dijin Kuma translated this passage. Lakuhama thought for a while and asked, "Just perform like this?" After listening to Dijin Kuma's translation, Lemon nodded and motioned for him to start. Seeing this, the staff member holding the camera adjusted the direction of the lens and quickly turned on the recording. Lakuhama took a deep breath, and first his expression became annoyed. He said loudly to the air, "I failed the test, what's the point of you saying this?" Lemon naturally didn't understand Hindi, and he didn't need Dijin Kuma's translation. He could complete the casting work by looking at the actor's overall emotional changes and movements. But it was obvious that the young man's performance was very stiff. His facial expression was always collapsed, especially his movements were particularly exaggerated. Looking at his excited expression, he felt that he would perform a rhythmic Indian song and dance at any time. This performance really gave Lemon a headache and he couldn't bear to watch it. It was not until Lakuhama stopped his performance that he turned his eyes back to the field. He understood why this actor who looked so honest and had good conditions was still not famous at this time, and he was still playing a supporting role in a TV series, the kind that would not survive more than 3 episodes. "Director, how was his performance?" Dijin Kuma faithfully completed his translation work. "Not bad, pretty good, at least he wasn't timid when performing." Lemon said a few nice words, which was considered encouragement, and then said, "Let him go back and wait for news. The specific audition results will be notified by phone later." Dijin Kuma naturally knew that this first actor was not favored by Lemon. Waiting for news was just an excuse. The entertainment industry all over the world likes to use this sentence to reject politely. Lakuhama naturally understood it, and he left the audition room a little frustrated. The next few actors also had good looks, at least they met the requirements of the roles. It seems that Eris International Films has indeed put a lot of effort in this regard, but acting skills are hard to say. No matter how good the body is, if the performance is embarrassing, it will never pass Lemon's test. After 2 or 3 hours, only 2 roles were found, namely, Chaltu in the play, that is, the student who agreed with the theory of grades, and was once admired by the dean, and the salesman who sold daily necessities on campus. These 2 roles actually didn't have many scenes, so none of the main actors had been found. After half of the audition, a tall and thin actor walked in. Lemon paused with his hand holding the information. This appearance and temperament were very suitable for the role of Raja in the play, but he hoped that his acting skills would not be too eye-catching. Salman Joshi, 23 years old, Gujarati, has participated in 2 movies. He was born in an artistic family and his father was also a theater actor. You will perform a scene where your family is poor and your father is in poor health. Your family hopes that you will study hard, but you failed an exam and the dean said that he would tell your parents your grades. You are desperate and want to commit suicide to escape reality. A long paragraph was passed to Salman Joshi. After listening, he thought silently for a while, closed his eyes, and brewed his emotions, and made a gesture of preparation. The camera lens began to focus, clearly capturing the macro expressions on his face. His eyes were very dramatic, and his reaction was not as intense as that of the previous auditioners. He just lowered his head silently. His face was painful, as if he had thought of something bad. Then he slowly fell to the ground, his eyes full of regret and fear. When Lemon saw this, his heart was knotted. It was a very impressive performance. Although his expression was not so natural, he really thought about this situation, and tried to bring himself into that atmosphere. He showed the feeling of being sorry for his parents' cultivation and the entanglement and panic of being afraid of seeing their disappointed faces. This was what he wanted. As for the actors who auditioned for this role before, they didn't think so much at all. They just cried blindly, even howled, and couldn't do this kind of silent sorrow. There was no thought of committing suicide. "Okay, that's it," Lemon said to Dijin Kuma. At his signal, Salman Josh immediately calmed down and stood up from the ground. "Talk to him about the role of Raja. If the salary is not a problem, then he should be chosen." Upon hearing this, Dijon Kumar immediately waved his hand, and another staff member who had been entrusted with the task motioned Salman Joshi to go into the conference room compartment, where the actor's contract was prepared. 3 chapters are presented. Chapter 37, One-sided confinement. Please recommend and collect. In early November, after 4 days of auditions, all the roles in the film, big and small, were in place, except for Ami Khan, who played the male lead Rancho, who was still out of town, and had not joined the crew. As for those passers-by background boards without lines, there was naturally no need to find them extra. With so many behind-the-scenes personnel in the crew, it was definitely more than enough for them to be guest stars. In the following week, in addition to letting the confirmed actors familiarize themselves with the script and practice acting, Lyman went to find filming locations. Aris International Pictures has found several suitable targets, and Lyman needs to choose and confirm them. The first one to be inspected was the poor and dilapidated family of Raja in the play. After the group gathered, they began to survey the scene. It was only less than an hour's drive from Bollywood, and the surrounding scenery suddenly began to be dilapidated. This made Lyman, who was looking out the window all the way, particularly frightened. He seemed to be sitting in a time shuttle, and came directly from one world to another. It is hard to imagine that a few minutes back, there was still the modern prosperity with tall buildings and crowds of people, but now, garbage can be seen everywhere, and the road has become a dirt road, and the dust raised can block people's sight. The surrounding houses are all low and arranged in a disorderly manner, looking like dilapidated houses that should be abandoned. All kinds of things are piled in the passages between the houses, making it difficult for pedestrians to walk. It's in here, right? After arriving at a slum in Mumbai, the group gave up the car and started walking. Yes. Dijon Kumar had already covered his mouth and nose with a scarf and answered vaguely. He originally suggested that Lyman set up a scene for filming, but he refused and insisted on shooting on location. He had no choice but to follow him here. Seeing large groups of flies flying here, and an indescribable stench mixed in the turbid air, he almost collapsed. The group walked for less than 2 minutes, and arrived at the house that they had negotiated with the owner in advance. Lyman stood at the door and gestured, and Dijon Kumar went in to communicate first. After a while, everyone entered the room. The wooden door creaked open, and Lyman began to carefully look at the filming location. The so-called bare walls were probably like this. The whole house was not small, with 4 rooms, but there was little furniture. There was a stacked wooden bed in each room on both sides, with a thin layer of sheets piled messily on the bed, revealing the mat underneath. And there was only a very short wooden table in the hall where they were, without a single stool-style seat, and it was placed alone in the direction of the kitchen. Lyman, Thomas, Dijon Kumar and 2 Aris International staff members, one acting as a driver and the other as a handyman. The 5 of them stood in the room. Because of the poor geographical location of the house, the outside sunlight basically could not shine in, so even if it was still broad daylight, the house was not bright, but grey and dark. And because the kitchen stove had to burn fire, the surrounding walls were also blackened. The owner of the house was a thin middle-aged man, and he had an equally thin wife. Since they came in, the 2 began to busy themselves at a well behind the corridor, fetching water and boiling tea for them, very enthusiastic. Thank you. The middle-aged man carefully served the carefully brewed milk tea, and Lyman took it, and thanked him politely. For the owner of the house, he could not understand what Lyman and others said, but he could feel the kindness, so his face was also filled with smiles. Do you want to see the next one? Dijon Kumar did not drink the milk tea, but just watched from the side. At this time, seeing Lyman and others finished visiting the house, he asked, "Let's take this one. Tell them if they are willing to act. It just so happens that Raja's family also needs actors to play." Lyman put down the milk tea he had finished, handed the cup back to the owner of the house, and responded. Dijon Kumar went to communicate, but Lyman took Thomas along the way they came and went outside. He had never been to such a place before, and neither had Thomas. They needed to go and see more. Unknowingly, after leaving the alley, they came to a river. The river was covered with a lot of garbage, and sewage was constantly dumped into it from the drain hole, and occasionally pedestrians dumped garbage from the trash can into it. There was a foul smell in the air, a smell similar to rotting and fermenting. This smell subconsciously made Thomas cover his mouth and nose, but Lyman, who was silent on the side, spoke up. "Thomas, did you see it?" His voice was low. "I want to use the texture of a documentary to tell the story of Raja, his family, his misfortune, and present every detail truthfully. So I hope the lens can show the graininess of life, and the color is best in black and white, just like the silent films of the past, with a kind of interpretive dramatic texture." Someone once described it this way: a movie is like a person. The director is the brain, the screenwriter is the spine, the actor is the flesh and blood, the visual effects are the body shape, and the cameraman is the eyes. Maybe this description is not completely accurate, but it can also be seen that teamwork is very important in filmmaking. The importance of a cameraman to a director is just like the eyes that can clearly deconstruct the image in the director's mind and even complete the director's intention according to his own understanding to achieve better results. Therefore, it is good for him to communicate with Thomas more during the filming of this movie. Speaking of the professionalism of cameramanship, Thomas's attention quickly focused, and he even forgot that he was beside the garbage river. "You mean to completely abandon color and add the black and white texture of silent films to show the conflict of the plot?" Lyman nodded and agreed with Thomas's idea. "Yes, this kind of dramatic conflict, artificially created, will also be a wonderful turning point." This is indeed the effect that Lyman wanted to achieve in his mind about the story of Raja. Think about it more, and you can even watch more old movies to catch the feeling of shooting. Thomas smiled foolishly, and he could see that Lyman's words were for his own good. "I will." No longer speaking, Lyman silently looked at everything around him. Some ragged children began to approach and curiously looked at the two, just because their temperament was completely unacceptable here. Lyman also noticed this situation. Being looked at by those black and white eyes with hope and urgency, the envy in his eyes gradually leaked out. The thin man with dark skin raised his head and stared at them. He suddenly felt that this piece of land was like a yoke, which deeply bound the people here. No matter how they struggled, they could not get rid of it. It was like an independent world that was cursed. Seeing this scene, Lyman sighed. He took out a handful of change from his pocket and distributed it to the children who were approaching. Another group of children who had not followed saw it from a distance, and they swarmed up in an instant and soon surrounded the two. A dense group of arms stretched out towards the two. When Thomas saw this scene, he was stunned like Lyman and didn't even think about running. Seeing this scene, the children who got the money in front wanted to leave first. They ran, and a group of them quickly chased after them, while the rest still stretched out their hands anxiously and refused to leave. This is what Dijan Kumar saw when he came out of the alley. He walked over quickly without hesitation, took out a few banknotes, and said something loudly in Hindi. Then, he gave the money to several children at random, but after a short while, the dense crowd dispersed. "Mr. Lyman, what's wrong with you?" Dijan Kumar asked puzzledly. "You are showing goodwill here. They will not appreciate it, and will only make things worse." After experiencing what just happened, Lyman was also a little palpitating. "I know." The group then went to a university for inspection, which was much better, making people feel like they have returned to modern society. The principal was a reasonable person. He knew the purpose of Lyman and others' visit, and he also readily agreed that the crew could shoot here. But there is one thing: it cannot disturb the normal teaching in the school. In other words, the crew can only come here to shoot on weekends or holidays. After the two sides negotiated, they agreed to the principal's request. As for the campus scenes, they can be shot together. There is no need to shoot them step by step according to the storyline. If the scenes cannot be shot in the school, other scenes can be shot first. There is no conflict. In the next 2 days, Amir Khan also rushed to Bollywood. After Lyman met him at the Eris International Film Building, he formally discussed with him about the role of Rancho. Amir Khan seemed very interested. After all, it was the first time for him to see a Frenchman go to India to make a movie, and it was a story about India. After reading the general script of the role, he expressed his willingness to take on this film project. The salary was 10 million rupees, which is about 500,000 euros. This is already considered to be very suitable for his worth. Although he debuted for some years, he did not participate in many movies. His popularity is far less than that of later generations, and there are also problems with exchange rate conversion. But in general, he is still the one with the highest salary in the movie. For the same few leading actors, Raja's salary is only 80,000 euros, and the rest are even less. The total cost of the actors was controlled at around 900,000 euros. The complicated preparations were completed with the successful participation of Amir Khan. Chapter 38. The first scene. Please recommend and collect. Back off a little more. Ryan directed the crew to drive a generator truck to the main entrance of the campus. After connecting the lines, the lighting team began to repeatedly adjust the brightness, color difference, reflectivity, and the position of the spotlight. This scene was shot when the dean, known as Virus, rode a bicycle into the campus. Because natural light was not easy to receive, they adopted side lighting to supplement the recording, which required the help of a generator truck. After all, such a high wattage headlight requires a lot of power to illuminate. The total power of the ambient lighting, eye light, etc. is about 12 kilowatts. In addition to the lighting problem, the camera team was also checking the camera and film on the side. The set group was busy sprinkling some fallen leaves on the clean road around. Someone also helped move the monitor to a suitable position, put in the battery, powered it up, and adjusted it. This is a qualified crew. As a director, Lyman does not have to worry about everything, like he did in the first film. He just needs to focus on completing his own ideas. They worked until 9:30 in the morning. George, who got the signal, held up a loudspeaker and started shouting, "Clear the scene! Clear the scene! All irrelevant people step aside, hurry up!" George couldn't help but be anxious. He had agreed with the principal that the filming must be finished before 12 o'clock and the normal travel of teachers and students in the school must not be disturbed. At this time, there were still some students who did not go to class standing around. They were watching the excitement, but their quality was not bad. They were very cooperative. When they heard the shouting, they also followed the staff on the scene to step aside. Soon, the venue was ready. George continued to shout, "Quiet on the scene. All units are paying attention now. The actors are ready to enter. Macup and props are on standby at any time." Then it was the reconfirmation of each department. The whole process seemed cumbersome and organized. Camera 1 is okay. Camera 2 is also okay. Lighting is okay. Sound recording is okay. Actors are ready. As the heads of various groups spoke up, a crew member holding a clapperboard stood in front of the main camera, which had already turned on the red light, and entered the working state, waiting for Director Lyman's instructions. Seeing him nod in affirmation, the clapperboard immediately hit the clapperboard. Three idiots. Scene 23. Act 1. Frame 1. Action. With a click, a light tap, the filming officially began. Lyman stood behind the monitor, carefully watching the picture formed by the two cameras. This time, the filming was a panoramic view. In the leisurely atmosphere, several staff members who changed into student uniforms began to enter the scene. Two actors passers-by in the background. They walked hurriedly and headed forward. The actor Bowman Irony, who played the dean, had his hair deliberately whitened and his face painted with old macup. As a series of bicycle bells rang, he rode a bicycle and entered the picture leisurely, holding the birdcage in one hand and controlling the direction of travel with the other. He seemed to be very comfortable with his appearance. The second camera quickly locked onto the dean, clearly capturing the micro expressions on the actor's face, while the first camera remained fixed, overlooking the overall scene. His brows wrinkled from time to time, and his eyes were always fixed on the front. He had something on his mind, but it was not too important. The man and the bicycle merged with the surrounding student group and moved towards the school gate, which was exactly the feeling Lyman wanted. When the figure of the bicycle completely exceeded the viewpoint formed by the camera, Lyman immediately shouted cut. He watched the footage again in front of the monitor and confirmed that there was no problem, so he said to Dijon Kuma beside him, "Notify the actors, this scene has passed." The first shot the crew started shooting, the scene he chose, was also the simplest one, and it was indeed shot very smoothly. This time the team is really much better than the makeshift team he found last time. Everyone knows what they have to do and can be responsible for their own work, which makes Lemon not too relaxed. In this battle-like shooting process, the early review and planning are really important. Lemon has prepared the script and composition ideas for the split shots. When he distributes them to the camera and lighting teams, they will understand what visual effects you want to present. George also sent people to watch the equipment and props, and Ryan, who was standing by, also carefully handled various shooting matters. The operation of the crew was really good. After hearing this, the staff present were in a good mood, but they immediately took action, carrying the machine and preparing for the next scene. The next shot is naturally the part where the dean gave a speech. He talked about the eternal competition theory, wanting to let this group of students who have just joined the university campus realize the cruelty of society, so as to motivate them to study more attentively, instead of thinking that they can rest easy and degenerate after entering the university. This shot is naturally a medium close-up. The shooting position of the camera is placed on the side of the shooting site, and the other camera is placed on the side of the student group. This requires all the photography equipment, recording equipment and the generator truck that have just been used to be driven into the academy, and the lighting in the actors' positions must be readjusted, which will take some time. In fact, Lemon originally planned to shoot that shot this morning, but the shooting went smoothly. Before 11 o'clock, the scene was completed. While he was in good condition, he hurried to shoot the next one. "Come on, Ryan, let me help." Seeing Ryan struggling to carry a large cardboard box full of student clothing that would be used for the shooting later, Lemon walked over quickly and supported the other side. This time, the choice of the passerby background board cannot be replaced by the crew staff because there are frontal photos. The dozen or so people in front of the student group can't be a group of middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s. Even if you can put on makeup, it is a very troublesome thing. They are not the main actors, who is willing to spend so much effort. So after settling the camera position, Lemon went straight to Dijon Kumar and asked him if he could invite some of the school students to stand in the first 3 rows to act as the camera. He thought about it and thought it was not difficult, so he went to the group of students watching nearby to communicate. Maybe it was because they could get 1,000 rupees for this short performance, or maybe those students were very happy to participate in the filming of a movie. In short, the communication went smoothly, and even the number of people was very positive. Seeing this, Lemon simply selected all those who wanted to participate. A total of 80 people lined up in 5 rows and stood in the middle of the venue in a semicircle. The leading actors also stood in their respective positions. On the other side, Bowman Irony, who had finished his makeup, also quickly came on stage and began to adjust his posture and position to ensure that he could frame the image of the lens at a position 30 degrees away from the close-up camera position. Lemon called the actor who played the salesman over again and asked him to stand behind the pillars of the corridor. Only half of his body was exposed, and he happened to be captured by the second camera. After directing the actors, Lemon called George again and asked, "Are the props, lighting, etc. all okay?" "No problem." Hearing the accurate answer, Lemon did not look at the monitor. He walked to Thomas' side. Next, he was in charge of the second camera, which required switching characters back and forth, which was more technically challenging. He hoped that there would be no mistakes here. "Thomas, I leave it to you." Thomas smiled and said, carrying the camera, "Don't worry. Handheld shooting is indeed a test of a cameraman's shooting skills. Unlike fixed cameras, this kind of back and forth switching, if the hand is not stable enough or the speed control is not coordinated enough, the lens picture is very likely to collapse. Just like when Hollywood blockbusters are filming, they like to use auxiliary devices such as slides to guide the camera shooting, just to highlight a stable." But Lemon didn't like that approach, because the shots taken that way lacked a sense of movement, were stable, and were particularly rigid and lifeless. George, who was prompted, gestured after seeing that everything was ready. The staff came forward and, after calling out the shooting sequence of the shots, tapped the clapperboard. "Action," Lemon shouted. With one order, everyone present entered the performance. The passers-by students in the background naturally didn't need to move much, as long as they focused their eyes on the dean and pretended to listen carefully. And for the real students who had attended classes for many years, these were really true to life. They all stood in unison and looked forward. The dean, played by Bowman Alani, was holding a birdcage and pulling open the cloth covering it, revealing a cuckoo inside. "What is this?" Lemon frowned immediately and shouted, "Stop." He strode to the center of the venue and took the birdcage. The cuckoo bird that had been prepared in advance lay weakly in the corpse, looking listless. Only the weak breathing and closed eyes told Lemon that it was still alive. "Props." Lemon's voice was not loud, but it was unusually powerful. "What is this? I want a cuckoo that is alive and kicking, not this kind." The head of the props team, who heard the news, came trotting all the way over and looked at Lemon anxiously. He really didn't expect that the first accident during the filming would be on the props team instead of Thomas, who he was more worried about. "Tell me, what's going on?" He pointed at the dying cuckoo and asked. "Director, Lemon didn't wait for him to explain and interrupted directly. "Get another lively cuckoo bird. Is there any problem?" The head of the props team was a Frenchman in his 30s, and he was also a frequent partner of Europa Films. He understood that his team had made a mistake and quickly made amends. "Give me 10 minutes, I'll switch one right away. Go quickly." Lemon could not accept that the filming had to be paused because of this small negligence, and his tone became cold. Chapter 39, Competition Theory. Please recommend and collect. What on earth is going on? Who is responsible? The props team leader returned to his own area and immediately became an authority. A slightly younger man stood up and said, "Team leader, I'm responsible. Did you put it in without knowing it clearly? What did I usually say? Be careful and check it. Why did you do it like this?" He couldn't help but get angry. The first time the crew made a mistake was because of the props. It was very embarrassing for him as a team leader, and he was scolded in front of so many people. The young man felt very aggrieved. He bought 3 cuckoo birds and fed them with great care every day. Before this, the 3 birds were all lively and energetic. He also specially selected the most active one for this shoot. Unfortunately, it happened to fail during the shoot. What could he say? It was hard to explain. "It's my fault. I'll go and change one right away. Things have already happened, and timely remedies are the most important thing to do. Go quickly." Sitting in his seat, Lemon rubbed his forehead. Once the shooting didn't go smoothly, he would feel very upset. "Do you need something to drink?" George suddenly came over and gestured to him. "Coffee or milk tea?" As he said that, he handed him 2 canned drinks in his hands. "Coffee, please." Lemon took the coffee George handed him, twisted the pull ring, took a sip, and said casually, "Do you think we can finish this movie smoothly? This is something you should consider, Mr. Director." George pulled a bench and sat down, urging him. "That's right." Lemon took another sip of coffee, and the rich taste slid down his throat, making him forget the unhappiness in his heart for a while. The shooting soon resumed, and the props team immediately replaced it with a cuckoo bird that could jump energetically. The actors and extras took their positions again, and the crew members were also in control of their respective work. As the script supervisor rang the clapperboard again, Lemon shouted, "Action." Thomas's camera focused on the dean. Under his grey hair, his expression was solemn. He suddenly opened the birdcage and the camera was fixed on the cuckoo bird, with bright feathers, lively spirit, and agile body. "You are like this cuckoo, and these are the eggs you broke to enter this university. Remember, you are the 200 applications from 400,000 applications for admission. That's you." When the freshmen entered the school, the dean routinely said the competition theory of life that he most agreed with. Starting from the embryo, standing out in the battle of hundreds of millions of sperms, and then when studying, constantly squeezing into each threshold and leaving others behind. He also used the cuckoo bird, which never raises its own children, always breaks other birds' eggs and lets other birds raise its eggs, as an excuse to further emphasize the cruelty of competition. One step back is elimination. The most ironic thing about this scene is that the dean said something in front, and the salesman hid behind the column and repeated his words. Obviously, with this association, we can know that he would say these words to the new students every year, and Centimeter would recite them. This sentence also set the tone for the whole film, and pressure began to loom in his heart. Thomas's hands were very steady, and he looked like a cameraman. Lemon stood behind him and watched every time he switched. It was always so regular, smooth, and not anxious. Okay, it's past. Lemon ran to the monitor to watch the footage again and shouted happily. A morning of shooting work finally had some effect. The scenes that happened when entering the school could be shot completely, so there was no need to wait until tomorrow morning to continue shooting this scene. The crew members were also very happy. They laughed and started to organize the shooting equipment. You just acted very well. When Centimeter passed by, Lemon patted his shoulder and praised him. The young actor was only 17 years old. He was surprised that he could imitate the Dean's demeanor and movements and speak such a long line fluently. Centimeter scratched his head. He was undoubtedly very happy to be praised by the director. After packing up the filming expenses, it was time for lunch for the crew. They reached a cooperation with the school cafeteria, and the school provided daily meals for the crew, including lunch and dinner. Including those temporarily hired extras, everyone in the crew can choose a set meal of about 80 rupees. Of course, you can also choose to eat somewhere else by yourself, or pay for the cafeteria to prepare good dishes. Anyway, if the food expenses exceed the price set by the crew, you must pay extra money yourself. Sitting on a bench in the campus cafeteria with Thomas and Ryan, Lemon looked at the students who came to eat after class, the real future Indian elite class, and felt the vitality they exuded. He smiled and said, "It's better to shoot on a real university campus. In this way, I feel like I'm back to college life." Ryan shrugged and said non-committally, "Come on, you've been away from college for more than 2 years. Is there anything to miss? I don't think school life is that good." Thomas also nodded in agreement. The tutors in the school I attended were very strict, and I suffered a lot. Because an extra dining window was set aside for the crew members to use, there was no contact between the two sides. However, from the eyes of those students or the sound of their conversations, it can be understood that they are still quite curious about the crew's filming work. In the afternoon, the crew continued to work. Perhaps because the good condition in the morning was maintained well, the shooting was still smooth. From the scene setting to the camera position, many times there was no need for Lemon to explain in detail. The crew members could handle everything with the finalized storyboard. Experienced crews are like this. They can perfect their work without causing any trouble to the filming. Scene 16. First shot. First time. Action. This scene was shot indoors, and it was about a few small shots of freshmen taking professional courses. When editing in the future, these class scenes will be quickly flashed to show their learning pressure. From morning to night, the class schedule is almost full. A classroom arranged as a classroom, with some machines placed next to neatly arranged desks. The external incandescent headlights cast ambient light, and then under the adjustment of the reflector, the entire light becomes soft and not so strong. The teacher walked in from the door with a steady gait, stood on the podium, opened the textbook, and began to teach. Formulas appeared on the blackboard one after another, which made people feel awe-inspiring. Lemon nodded in front of the surveillance. This teacher was a non-professional actor who was found by the principal, but a professional professor who taught to play himself. But there was no problem with his performance in this series, not to mention his image. He didn't even need to spend time on makeup to be very photogenic. The temperament that is displayed from the inside out is very consistent with the aura of teaching. Okay, pass. After a short shooting, everyone was busy again. They were busy moving the machinery on the desks, moving the desks and chairs, adjusting the students' seats, and rearranging the scenes needed for the next class. The classroom naturally did not need to be changed, and the props inside could be readjusted to pretend that it was another class. If they really changed classrooms back and forth like a university, it would really be a lot of work for the crew. Anyway, it was just a few small shots, so there was no need to be so particular. After 20 minutes, the classroom was rearranged. The stage manager hit the board and the shooting began. The main actors and extras found their positions again, and another invited teacher entered the scene to give a lecture and mark the key points of knowledge. Several scenes were finished before 3 p.m. Seeing that there was still some time, Lemon thought about shooting another shot. It was still the same classroom, but the lecturer became Rancho, played by Ami Khan, who went on stage to speak. Because he had repeatedly questioned the teaching philosophy of various professors, he was asked to teach a class to see what qualifications he had to teach the teachers. Scene 23. First shot. First time. Action. In the camera, Amir Khan stood calmly on the podium, looking at the familiar classmates and the Dean Mr. Virus below. He calmly opened the textbook and wrote 2 words on the blackboard. Does anyone know the meaning of these 2 words? You have 3 minutes to look them up. Amir Khan asked. Chatu, who has always agreed with the Dean's competition theory, could not sit still. He really wanted to show himself in front of the Dean, but he really didn't know these 2 words. In a hurry, he even ran to the podium to take the open textbook and started looking for information. Seeing that the students around him began to look through their textbooks to find the answer, the Dean, who was sitting steadily at first, became anxious. He snatched the textbook of the student next to him and looked through it himself until 3 minutes later. No one knows the answer, right? Amir Khan said with a smile, because these 2 words are simply made up by me, they actually have no meaning. Knowledge should be used by people, not just a definition. He continued to express his views on educational philosophy on the stage, but the students and the Dean in the audience had completely different expressions. Here, Lyman used a multi-camera freeze-frame focusing technique, and the camera slid across the faces of each actor. Chatu's anger, the student's indifference, the worries of his 2 roommates, Raja and Farhan, and the Dean's expressionless face and mocking eyes. The portrayal of all kinds of people is the most essential of this scene. Under the high pressure of learning, some people are numb, some people agree, some people don't care, and some people just want to erase the garbage. As expected, the Dean, who was full-drawed and drove Lanche out of the class and grabbed his arm outside the corridor. You don't understand anything. You can only say that we did something wrong. You take yourself too seriously, Lanche. The Dean left without looking back. Chapter 40. Seeking but not getting. Please recommend and collect. In the spacious living room, the TV was on, and the local Indian program was broadcasting incomprehensible sounds, but no one would pay attention to it. Lyman was lying on the sofa covered with a thick quilt. The air in the room was so cold that people didn't want to stretch out any part of their body except their heads. The window was open, and the sound of rain came into his ears, accompanied by lightning and thunder from time to time. In a silent environment, it is always good to make some sounds. Just like in the lonely night, he always likes to fall asleep listening to the sound of TV. It is now 10:01 in the morning. Lyman was awakened by the sound of rain hitting the window early in the morning. Looking at the heavy rain, the whole sky and the earth were shrouded in solemnity. So, he naturally notified the crew to take a day off. It was raining so hard, and the filming work would not be easy anyway, so don't force it. Today is December 16th, 2001. The filming of 3 Idiots went smoothly. As early as 3 days ago, most of the indoor scenes were shot, and the rest were outdoor scenes. The actors performed well, and there was a complete storyboard script. Basically, there was no situation of how to shoot it, and there was a finished film in my mind for comparison. So I had experience in controlling the shooting. Lyman rested his head on the armrest of the sofa, staring out the window, staring blankly at the rain scene. The door rustled and opened, and Ryan, holding a few boxes, and Thomas, holding a plastic bag, walked in. There were still some watermarks on their bodies, and their hair was a little wet. This rain was really heavy. Damn, what kind of weather is this? It rained heavily early in the morning, and my shoes got soaked when I went out. Ryan said dissatisfiedly, and put the box in his hand on the coffee table in front of the sofa. He sat down on another sofa, looked at Lyman lying dead, and suddenly smiled meaningfully. Lyman didn't see it. He was still lost in the heavy rain. Thomas also noticed it. He silently put away the plastic bag in his hand, and sat next to Ryan. Suddenly, the quilt covering Lyman disappeared and was taken away by Ryan. Damn, it was so cold. He was only wearing pajamas, and they were not too thick. India has been getting colder and colder since December, not to mention that it was raining outside, and he opened the window. Ventilation. Don't make noise, give the quilt back. Lyman, who came to his senses, said quickly. Ryan didn't really want to freeze Lyman to death. Seeing that his attention was back, He covered him with the quilt again. "What are you looking at? You are so fascinated." "Nothing. By the way, what are you two doing here?" Lemon answered Ryan perfunctorily and asked back. He really didn't know what he was looking at, the rain scene, the buildings washed by the heavy rain, or the street in front of the hotel. In short, his mind was empty. "Do you want to eat? Are you hungry yet?" Ryan said as he opened the box, which contained various breads and desserts. Speaking of which, he really didn't eat anything today. In the early morning, after seeing the situation outside and notifying George that he would cancel today's shooting plan, he didn't think about going down to the hotel for breakfast. "What's there?" Lemon struggled to get up, wrapped himself in a quilt, and sat on the sofa. "Thomas and I bought a lot of food, and we found a French restaurant to pack it, not porridge," Ryan said. In the past month, in order to save money and speed up the shooting, the meals were naturally full of local Indian specialties. "What porridge? Porridge, porridge." He discovered that in India, everything can be porridge, and the frequency of appearance of ingredients such as onions is also abnormally high. Even rice can be made into porridge. In fact, although Indian food does not look very beautiful, it tastes good, but it is not a particularly good experience to eat it like this. After listening to Ryan's words, Lemon became interested. He took out a packaged steak from the plastic bag, took the knife and fork handed by Thomas, and started to eat. Ryan and Thomas hadn't eaten yet, and they also went out in the rain to get some hometown flavors. The three of them ate the food, chatted from time to time, and enjoyed the rare rest time. The next morning, the sky cleared up. Rushing to the set on campus, the producer George was already there directing everyone to prepare for the shooting. "Hello, director." "Good morning, director." "Director." Greeting along the way, Lemon approached and said, "George, was it okay yesterday? The shooting plan was cancelled temporarily, so the previously built scenes naturally had to be dismantled. Otherwise, what if a heavy rain came and damaged them?" He wanted to go to the scene to take a look, but he didn't go after all. "It's okay. The various equipment on the set is well kept. Thanks to you," Lemon said sincerely. Then he called the coordinator to take today's shooting list and take a look. According to the storyboard script, he also made preparations before shooting. This crew is like a high-speed machine. The more you want to ensure smoothness, the more you have to prepare. After you have a plan in mind, everyone is also in high spirits to welcome the formal shooting. The sound engineer holds a microphone with a noise-proof cover above the actor's head at a reasonable position of half a meter to 1 meter. It can not only be out of the camera, but also accurately record the sound. The lighting assistant uses a blackout cloth and a spotlight to create a rather cold light and shadow effect. If you don't do this, this scene will be wrong. The bright light and shadow tone of the whole film is not suitable here. In order to highlight the atmosphere, a blue cold light is also used as a fill light. Action. Camera number 2 stands on the windowsill of a room, with the lens facing the center of the room, and can clearly capture the hanging figure of the actor. In the camera, first a remote-controlled plane rises. This is a graduation work thrown into the trash by a senior. It happened to be seen by Rancho, who picked it up and wanted to make it to surprise the senior. It slowly rises and flies steadily. Camera number 1 always locked onto the flying figure of the remote-controlled airplane. Camera number 2 came into play when he came to the window of the senior. A person was half hanging in the air, and the camera pulled up to find the suicide of the senior. Rancho was silent, and the smile on his face when the plane was flying smoothly turned into gloom. At this time, camera number 4 began to capture the panoramic view of this group of happy students. It was fixed on a big tree, overlooking everything. The remote control in Rancho's hand fell to the ground. He rushed to the dormitory building of the senior like crazy, but he was powerless. A student died in school under pressure. He was on the road to death because he could not graduate and was not recognized by the dean. Good news, Dean. Everyone thinks Joey died of suicide. What do you think? Rancho said to the dean at the funeral of the senior. What? The dean was confused. But I think you forced him to death. It was you. It was drizzling in the sky, and Rancho said sadly. But the dean was still so confident. If a student can't bear the pressure, is it our fault? Rancho said that when he blamed the education system, he checked the data and found that Indian students' suicide rate ranked first in the world. Faced with such a conversation, the dean was silent. As for other things, I dare not say, but this is the best engineering university in the country. I have been managing here for 32 years. It has risen from 28th to the current first place. Can these be wrong? What qualifications do you have to say? Competition has always been cruel. Think about it. If you can study in this university, it means that another student who should have come in has been squeezed out by you. Can you be innocent? After the funeral, Rancho was still so unyielding. He always felt that it was the dean who killed the senior Joey. In the office, the dean couldn't stand it anymore and pressed the question. But what's the point, Dean? Everyone here is under omnipresent pressure. Their thoughts are not taken seriously at all. No one cares about anything other than their studies. They only care about grades. You taught us how to get high scores, but you didn't teach us anything else. This is a school, Rancho. This is a school. As teachers, we don't pay attention to grades. What should we pay attention to? Chatting, having fun. Things other than studying should be taken care of by their parents. But it was you who told Joey's father everything, which led to his suicide? Don't you think you did something wrong? After all, you still think that I'm the cause of his death. But do you know? He was so obsessed with aircraft. I tried to persuade him many times, but he ignored me. His grades came down, and he didn't have enough credits to graduate, but he came to beg me to graduate him. Why can he be so self-righteous? Did I reject him? It's himself. The dean became more and more annoyed. He grabbed Rancho's head with cold eyes. There is a cause for every effect. He is the one who ruined himself. His work is excellent. Is engineering only about grades? Isn't it sad? You are teaching me how to teach, right? The dean was furious. He grabbed Rancho and brought him to the classroom, asking him to give a lecture and embarrass him. The shooting of this scene just happened to be a continuation of the shooting schedule of the previous month. Disrupt divisions, yet unify. When everyone was caught in a fierce competition to find words, they also happened to fall into Rancho's trap. This is a university, not a pressure cooker. Even the lions in the circus will learn to sit on the chair to make people happy because they are afraid of being whipped. But people will only say that this is good training, not good education. I'm not teaching, but teaching you how to teach. I hope that one day you will learn it, because I'm different from you. I never give up those poor students in your mouth. Goodbye, Dean. Rancho's powerful counterattack also represents the struggle between two class concepts. The theory of only grades and the sentence that Rancho agrees with: as long as you pursue excellence, success will come naturally. That is, to do your own career with great interest and enthusiasm. Chapter 41. Final chapter. Please recommend and collect. The bright sunshine is no longer full of warmth, and the air is full of cold breath in the morning and evening. Since entering December, the film capital of Mumbai, India, has entered the season with the lowest average temperature in the year, but the crew's filming work will not stop for this. As more scenes are shot, the film finally comes to the final stage. Today, Lyman got up earlier than usual, and got up from the comfortable bed, and dressed at 6 o'clock. Pedestrians hurried past in the streets outside the window. There are still a lot of hard-working people at this time. After washing up, rush to the set. There are still 3 shots left on the shooting report. It's not much, but it's not too little. As long as everything goes well, it won't be too difficult to complete it in half a day. Sitting in the seat, while the staff are still arranging the shooting scene, Lyman took the split lens footsteps and thought carefully about what else needs to be fine-tuned in advance, and then thought about the lighting, photography techniques, and camera settings. It is naturally best to have a clear idea of these details. The actor's movements, every movement, gesture, and expression of emotion should also have a general impression. It was not until 7:30 that the actors were dressed up, and the final shot was officially shot. In the artificial light rain scene, the #1 camera was set up on the eaves of the top of the garden, using a wide-angle lens to capture the sunny scene after the light rain. He liked the conception of this shot very much, symbolizing that there was a crack in the dean's solid heart. The sky is clear after the rain, isn't it a good meaning? The #2 camera on the crane lowers the shooting angle, and then tilts 15 degrees to the right. Okay, that's it. Looking at the actors who were ready, in fact, it was the two-person play of the Dean and Rancho. Lemon finally reminded, camera number 1 should immediately capture the scene close up and 360 degrees around the scene after the artificial sprinkler stops. At the end of the tragedy, the villain felt some remorse in the series of things done by the protagonist Rancho. Is it cliché? It's very cliché, but this is the only bright spot in this educational dialogue, and it is also the hope that rises in the gloom. It can soothe the audience's wounded hearts after watching the whole show. For the sake of the market, a compromise will not affect anything. After all, this movie can bring some educational thinking to the audience, which is enough. After Emin shouted to start, Bowman Irony and Ami Khan began the final conversation. Why don't astronauts use pencils in space? I'll tell you the answer now. Because if a pencil breaks, it will go into the eyes, nose, or instrument in zero gravity. Bowman Irony said excitedly, you are always like this, Rancho. You are not always right and others are always wrong. After that, he hung the space pen that symbolizes honor on Rancho's collar and left alone. Pass. After this shot was over, Lemon shouted loudly with the loudspeaker, I declare that all the filming of 3 Idiots is completed. He let out a long breath. After 58 days of high-intensity filming, the film has finally passed 1/3 of the journey. The applause rang out, chaotic and fierce. It was not only Lemon, the director, who was tested and tormented, but also the other people in the crew who worked together. Amid the cheers, Thomas gently put down the number 2 camera he was holding. George was still replaying the footage he had just shot. Ryan, the stage manager, was joking with the staff on the side. The actors walked towards the dressing room, taking off their costumes casually as they walked, as they had just been drenched in artificial rain, and it was not pleasant to be wet. The lighting technician and his team were turning off the lights, dismantling the lights, dismantling the lighting boards and spotlight boards, and occasionally chatting with a smile. Lemon looked at the chaotic and orderly scene on the set, and felt in his heart, his second work was finished just like that. It is now December 23rd. Starting from the beginning of October, it took more than 2 months for this film to attract investment, prepare, and complete the shooting. During this time, he gained a lot of valuable experience, from all aspects. For example, the selection and grasp of the lens. For example, the adjustment and coordination of the actors' emotions and the shooting plan, and the budget and funds. George always talked about these, which gave him new insights on how the crew could save money. In terms of how to be a good director, he is more mature and has more industry qualifications. Everyone, be quiet and listen to me. Lemon picked up the loudspeaker and shouted loudly. When everyone's eyes were cast over, he continued, pack up the set, and then we will gather at the Bombay Grand Hotel. Everyone in the crew will have a share, but you can bring at most one friend or family member. When the crew of Buried Alive finished filming, Lemon did not hold anything, not even a red envelope for the salary, which looked very shabby. Isn't it because the crew is too tight on funds? But now it is different from the past, and there can't be such a lack of atmosphere. The crew of 3 Idiots has the investment of Europa Films, the financial sponsor, with €6 million for filming, and €700,000 left on the books. As for the post-production work, they also have a special post-production studio to provide, so there is no need to worry at all. Then, it is very necessary to hold a wrap-up banquet, which can not only promote the feelings of the crew and facilitate future cooperation, but also reduce pressure and relieve depression. After all, a large number of people followed him to India, a country with not very good living conditions, to work together for 2 months. They ate porridge every day, and the water, soil, scenery and even culture were completely different from their original circle. Even the most temperamental people would inevitably have some complaints in their hearts. Hearing that the celebration banquet was held at the Mumbai Grand Hotel, and that they could bring their families or friends to eat and drink, the set suddenly became lively again, and their actions became more agile. They wanted to finish packing, and rush to the hotel immediately. Some people even took out their mobile phones to call their families. Of course, most of this group were local Indian crew members who assisted in the filming. The filming team brought from France had no worries here. At most, there were some female ***. Lemon also heard from George that some people in the crew were so frustrated that they found some local professionals. Based on the principle of consideration for others, Lemon simply allowed friends or family members to eat. At the Mumbai Grand Hotel, Lemon directly booked 2 medium-sized banquet halls and set up a buffet. The cuisine mainly consisted of local Indian specialties and French cuisine, as well as seafood, which was indispensable in the buffet. After getting their meals, Lemon and his core members gathered around a table to drink and brag. The scene was very lively. "Director, come on, have a drink. I hope the movie will be a big hit at the box office." "Lemon, I'll have a drink with you too. I hope your future career as a director will be smoother and smoother. Let's all come together." For the local Indian staff, this was just a short job. After drinking the farewell drink and eating the wrap-up banquet, they no longer had any connection with Lemon, and no one would be immersed in any reluctant emotions, so they just drank a glass with Lemon and stopped. After receiving the wages, they would go their separate ways, and they were very open-minded. However, the French crew members were more enthusiastic, and almost all of them had a drink with Lemon alone. They would understand better that making friends with a good director, who was invested by Europa Films, would be beneficial to them. "Director, drink." So soon, Lemon was drunk gorgeously. All the staff members of the crew were originally men who made a living from the bottom of society. They were very generous when drinking. Lemon's alcohol tolerance had been tested before. After all, drinking parties in his previous life were common, and he had developed a good alcohol tolerance. But he couldn't stand people coming to him to drink. If he didn't drink, he would feel embarrassed. He couldn't be partial to Ryan, Thomas, George, Dijon Humor and others. Wouldn't that be wearing tinted glasses and dividing people into different levels? The consequence of accepting everyone was that he was the first to fall on the fierce battlefield. It was not until it was dark that the wrap-up party ended successfully after everyone had a satisfying meal. Lemon finally had the opportunity to return to the hotel. He sat in the taxi with a red face and followed Ryan and Thomas back. He was supported by the two of them until he was on the soft big bed, and then he had a clear mind. He got up with difficulty and drank a sip of water and finally suppressed the rush in his stomach. He had never indulged himself like this before, so it was conceivable that he might not sleep well tonight. He hadn't vomited yet, but he had that feeling all the time, and the taste was not so unbearable. Looking at the night view outside the window, the moon was hanging high in the sky, but there were no stars. The prosperous lights reflected everything in the city, and the traffic on the street had not stopped. It was over, and the filming of 3 Idiots was completely completed. However, unlike the crew members who had finished most of the work and could take a break, Lemon would soon be approached for the post-production work of the film. He still had a lot to do. The churning in his stomach continued, and his brain, which was constantly entangled between drunkenness and sobriety, was not comfortable. Finally, when he couldn't stand drinking water, Lemon ran to the bathroom and vomited. After vomiting, he felt much better. After washing his face and stimulating his brain, he lay back on the bed. After finishing the filming, he would meet a new post-production team when he returned to France. When the post-production was finished, his second film would be released. How wonderful. He is very satisfied with this kind of life. Being able to continuously shoot the movies he wants to shoot and give them his own thoughts and ideas is something that can continuously bring him a sense of accomplishment. I hope I will be better in the future. Come on, Lemon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Scheduling. Mr. Luc Besson. After the group returned to France, Lemon went to the Europa Films building again and met with Luc Besson. "Lemon, please take a seat first." Luc Besson greeted him warmly and asked his assistant to make 2 cups of coffee. "How was your trip to India this time? It feels good to finish the film, right?" Luc Besson asked. "Smooth filming is just the beginning. There is still tedious post-production editing to come." Lemon smiled and said. After chatting for a while, Lemon started to talk about business. "Mr. Luc Besson, the film is about to enter post-production. Shouldn't we do some publicity work appropriately?" The hasty publicity of the previous film had already exposed many shortcomings. This film naturally needs to be properly grasped. "Well, we can do a small-scale promotion to warm up in advance." Luc Besson first affirmed Lyman's proposal and then asked, "How much time do you need for the post-production of this film?" "It will take at least more than a month, and the specific time depends on the production efficiency." Lyman hesitated and gave a slightly vague time. "If it takes more than a month, we will preliminarily select the release date in February next year. Of course, we will discuss the specific plan in detail again." Luc Besson said after a moment of hesitation. "Well, I'll leave this work to you. I will go to post-production soon. If necessary, I will first cut out some film materials to promote in the form of trailers to cooperate with you. Preheat in advance. Europa Films only needs to let the audience leave a shadow of this movie in their hearts and know when they can see it in the cinema. Then the trailer is a very effective promotion method. Showing it from time to time can remind the audience well." After briefly talking to Luc Besson about the promotion, Lyman left the Europa Films building and started to prepare for the post-editing of the film. After he left, he didn't know that there was another conversation going on about him. "George, tell me," Luc Besson said, "how was Lyman's performance?" Luc Besson had no way to learn about the filming of Three Idiots. Now that the crew is back, it's a good time to listen to the report. This is both an investment in a film project and an investment in an individual. It all depends on what George says next. He is very mature and experienced. In the first week of filming, the entire crew was completely working with him as the main person. The staff of those departments that we often cooperate with at Europa Films also trust him very much. Although there are still some conflicts on the set, he handles them very well. George talked about his feelings in the past 2 months. He obviously has experience in managing such a large crew. He is a very qualified director, and his focus on work is amazing. We can complete the shooting expectations ahead of schedule because the shooting status has been very good. There are rarely any problems that hinder the progress of the shooting. Even if there are, they can be solved immediately. The most important thing is that Lyman knows very well what he wants or what he should ask the crew to do. He has a lot of say in the lens effects presented in the movie, and he is very confident. This is a very rare quality for a young director. His sense of smell for movies is amazing. Luc Besson listened quietly to George's evaluation of Lyman, and his heart was slightly shaken. He still trusted this old acquaintance very much, otherwise he would not have sent him to act as a producer to accompany the shooting in India, which was equivalent to handing over the position of Europa Films to him. But the meaning of his words now was obvious. He was very optimistic about Lyman's directorship and thought he would achieve something. "Do you really think highly of him?" "I'm just expressing my opinion. His directing ability, just talking about what I've seen, I think this movie will not be bad." At this point, George showed a smile on his face. "You see, although I haven't seen the final film of Three Idiots, I believe that this work will never be worse than his first work. It will only be better." "Really?" "Buried Alone made Europa Films earn tens of millions of euros in profit. Will Three Idiots be better?" Luc Besson thought about it and was also quite looking forward to it. The next day, Lyman went directly to the post-production studio created by Europa Films, and the entire post-production team began to follow up throughout the process. Ryan and Thomas didn't want to miss such secondary creation, so they followed into the editing room. After another week, the pre-edited film material became a trailer of more than 5 minutes, which was adopted by the publicity department of Europa Films. On the screen, there are more than 2 minutes of campus life. As the camera keeps switching, the Indian education issues discussed in the story are roughly presented. Then there is the most classic dialogue between Rancho and the Dean. Several wonderful dialogues have raised the doubts of the entire trailer and further stimulated the curiosity of the audience. At the same time, some media tabloids have also begun to warm up in advance. In India, after communicating with Europa Films, Eris International Pictures also began to cooperate with the publicity campaign. Today, a reporter from the Mumbai Evening News interviewed actor Amir Khan. Facing the reporter, Amir Khan said very confidently that his new film Three Idiots will definitely bring a different viewing experience to the audience. There are more interviews with actors that have spread in India. After all, most of the actors in the film are Indians, and Eris International Pictures naturally knows where to focus on publicity to make the audience more interested. In France, the focus of publicity is different. Their target is the director Lyman. Actually, it is definitely more effective to put the publicity of a movie on the actors, but the French media cannot promote how great Amir Khan is, or how dedicated the actors are. Regardless of whether the European cultural circle accepts Indian actors and stars, it is strange to see it this way. The Parisian report said that actor Amir Khan said something very strange, which is very inappropriate. So they reported it like this: the director of Buried returns with his new work Three Idiots, which may compete for the top spot in next year's box office rankings. St. Pharaoh Journal new director Lyman declared that Three Idiots will become a benchmark for Indian films and set industry standards for them in the European film industry. Paris Times breaking the record. The $1 billion club may have another member. The 26-year-old director Lyman may become the best of the young generation in the French film industry. Le Nouvel Observateur Cannes Soirée takes you on an in-depth analysis of director Lyman's rise. Paris Match look forward to director Lyman's new film, whose Buried is still fresh in our memory. Viewpoint it is reported that all the crew members of Three Idiots went to Mumbai, India, and insisted on shooting on location, just to present a more authentic Indian look. Le Monde silently, Europa Films and Eris International Pictures began to exert their efforts, and as soon as the promotion expenses were spent, they immediately saw results. Of course, these are all tabloid reports, and they are all regional media. Especially Paris, as the home of Europa Films, seems to be more concerned, and has a stronger ability to talk nonsense. Obviously, Lyman threw himself into the post-production of the film and never accepted any newspaper interviews, but how could the unscrupulous media tabloids let go of such an excellent source of popularity? Everything they said sounded like it was true. Although they are not as fluent as the shocking style of well-known news websites in later generations, the depth of the content is exactly the same. In short, it is just a picture at the beginning, and the content is all made up, whatever is eye-catching. Anyway, reporters have never lacked imagination. Once they close their eyes, they can imagine tens of thousands of news headlines that hype the popularity, and they dare to write anything outrageous. However, this kind of random writing can really attract the attention of some viewers. At least some people who have seen the movie Buried Alive were aroused by curiosity. It is worthwhile to warm up in advance, so that the audience who sees it can leave a little impression of the movie in their minds. The post-production of the film is still going on. After the rough cut, the length of the film was controlled at 130 minutes. This is undoubtedly too long. Even if some ambiguous sidelines and the funny content in the beginning are deleted, it is still not ideal. His goal is to control the film within 2 hours. After repeated thinking and pondering, the length of the film was fixed at 115 minutes. He really couldn't cut it any further. These 15 minutes killed a lot of brain cells. It is not an easy task to control the rhythm of the film and make the plot smooth. After the editing is completed, the soundtrack will be added. Lyman is not a professional in this regard. After telling his requirements, the production team mobilized by Europa Films will naturally present a satisfactory effect, then communicate with the sound editor and Lyman, and reach an agreement. Then the entire narration recording took 2 or 3 days. On January 10th, all post-production was completed, and the film was transferred from magnetic tape to film again, and several backups were made. I took the film to meet with director Luc Besson, the boss of Europa Films, and prepared to start internal screenings and discuss the schedule. Last year's Buried did not have this step, so the initial release was also very miserable. After all, it was bought from the film festival, like an adopted child, so naturally I didn't feel sorry for it. Now, with full investment, it looks different. Please support. Chapter 43 The Cruel Side. In a conference room in the Europa Films building, senior executives from various departments came together. Mr. Luc Besson, George Schubert, hello everyone. the head of the marketing department, the head of the publicity department, the head of the distribution department, the two company founders and some shareholder representatives of the board of directors all sat in their seats. Let's start. Luc Besson, who was sitting at the top, saw that everyone was there, and without saying much nonsense, he arranged a preview of the movie. Lyman handed the film to the projectionist, and the curtains around were drawn. In the dark and quiet atmosphere, everyone was waiting for the movie to start. As the picture appeared on the screen, the background music sounded, and under the guidance of a narration, the camera screen appeared in a school, Imperial Industrial University, the best engineering university in India. On the first night of the freshmen's admission, the seniors came to tell them the rules, saying that they had to use a seal to stamp a mark on their buttocks. The freshmen were very well behaved and had no objections. They all lowered their heads and took off their pants. The camera turned and Army Khan appeared. He might be late, but seeing this scene, he was at a loss and quickly ran to a dormitory and locked the door. The senior felt that he had offended the long-standing tradition of the college and wanted to protest. Result: the movie ended, and as the curtains were drawn, Lyman looked at the reactions of the people present in the light. To be precise, there should be no reaction. They are all senior executives of Europa Films. They have watched at least 800 movies, if not 1,000, and have dabbled in all types. But today, they still saw it in their hearts. After more than 10 minutes, when they went over the plot and feelings in their minds again, the silent atmosphere on the scene began to loosen. Not bad. Very exciting. This is the cruelty of education. Luc Besson, who had been frowning since the middle of the movie, also relaxed his brows. For him, this movie really made him feel heartbroken. Lyman, you did a great job. As Luc Besson spoke, others echoed again. The subject matter is very large, but it was filmed very carefully. The contrast between laughter and tragedy before and after is very tense. The last shot is also very good. It gives a glimmer of light in the cruelty, and the meaning is very good. Lyman's direct narration mixed with flashbacks is very clever. From campus life, he lets Farhan's perspective enter, and then when the first senior commits suicide, he uses the perspective of a remote-controlled airplane to see the whole situation. In addition, the two positions are clear, representing the collision of new and old educational ideas, which further enhances the viewing effect of the plot. Even the change of each shot and the existence of the soundtrack will indirectly guide the changes in the audience's psychological emotions. He wants to laugh, he laughs, and he wants to be sad, he is sad. He is the forger of this dream and the master of this film world, and he did it. To be able to become a senior executive of a production and distribution company, the people present naturally have a certain level of professionalism and can roughly distinguish whether a movie can be recognized by the box office market. Sometimes, the audience will think a movie is good, but they just can't say what's good about it. This so-called good looking can be composed of many aspects, such as the plot rhythm, storytelling, camera images, lighting, performance, and even the actors' lines and costumes can play a considerable role. After exchanging some views, it was time to get down to business. The release date. According to our tentative release date, it is February this year, and the post-production of the movie is relatively fast. We can speed up the pace and set it for February 2nd. How about it? You can take a look at this report. It is the preliminary number communicated with the theaters. The distribution map is also on it, and the approximate scheduling time of the theaters is also marked. Of course, the specific screening work can still be discussed later. The head of the distribution department stood up and said, "This is their job, and it is also arranged in advance when the movie is in post-production." Lyman also got a copy of the information. He looked at the cinemas that had been initially negotiated, frowned, and asked in confusion, why? The geographical locations of these cinemas are not very good, and the screening times are mostly in the morning and evening. After he carefully read the report, he found that most of these cinemas were located in small towns, or in the suburbs of large cities. Only a small half of them were located near Paris, and the rest were not at all. The screening time was also problematic. The morning and evening were not the golden periods. The evening was okay, but there were only 2 screenings, which was far worse than the 3 screenings from morning to noon. Hearing Lyman's question, The head of the distribution department smiled and picked up the report that had been initially negotiated. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s, nearly 1.8 meters tall, a little fat, and a very kind smile on his face. At this moment, he explained, these theaters are all traditional art theaters. Although the geographical location is not good, the audience is roughly the same as the audience of the film. The advantage of this is that the publicity resources will not be wasted, and on-site advertising can be carried out effectively. Moreover, Three Idiots is a non-English film, and those mainstream theater markets will not give us better scheduling or theaters to screen it. We all know that the market for non-English films is not very important in the whole of Europe. For example, before the Taiwanese director's film Tiger, Hidden Dragon was nominated for an Oscar, no theater was willing to invest heavily in it. Looking at all the non-English films that have achieved great success, we can see that the reason why their market recognition is so high and they can be selected from hundreds of works every year is not just because of the quality of the film. The bonus of various international awards is particularly prominent. It is like a huge publicity platform, which maximizes the effect of the film and attracts more potential viewers who are interested in this type of film. The role of the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film, the Cannes Palme d'Or, and the Venice Golden Lion is not insignificant. The head of the distribution department recalled what he had learned and continued, so, my plan is that our film should cooperate with the route of rushing for awards, slowly release to expand word of mouth, and use qualitative changes to cause quantitative changes. Let those theaters spontaneously invest resources to release the film. This is what we should do most. The initial plan is to preview 300 theaters, and then adjust according to the situation, which can also reduce the difficulty of controlling the reputation of the film. Lyman did not expect that in the eyes of Europa Films, his work needed these, rather than simply being pushed into theaters for release. I think it's feasible. Luc Besson spoke, and obviously he also thought it would be better to let this film go the route of rushing for awards. He looked at Lyman and asked, "What do you think? Do you have any suggestions?" "It's a good idea, I have no objection." He said so. Since Europa Films has a complete promotion plan, Lyman itself has no problem. Theater owners are already concerned about interests. Even in a market like France, that supports niche films, will the resources obtained really be as high as those of blockbusters? Of course not. Before a movie is actually released, it is an unknown. They will make a preliminary decision on the screening market plan, based on the film's cast or investment scale. These 2 points are also the most important basis for the theater chain to judge. Unfortunately, Three Idiots did not achieve any of these points, not to mention that it is a non-English film. As the head of the distribution department said, there are too few successes and no one will take risks. In this regard, the award-winning method he proposed is indeed the most effective. In fact, it's not bad, Lyman thought. He still clearly remembers the miserable situation when Buried was first released. There were less than dozens of theaters and the geographical location was even worse. Now, there are 300 theaters for the initial release, and there are also special operation plans. Obviously, it is a huge improvement. Just when Luc Besson thought Lyman had made up his mind, he said, "Can we do it simultaneously?" Everyone in the conference room focused their attention on him. Lyman sorted out his thoughts and slowly spoke, "Only by maintaining word of mouth during previews can we be more competitive in terms of awards." That's right. If things go well, I don't think it will be difficult to be shortlisted for the main competition unit at Cannes. However, it will take too long to operate, and it may take a year to complete the operation. Previews in February, and the awards in Cannes in May. By the time word of mouth is established, it may be July. At this point, he shook his head. "Let me first make an assumption. If the movie is released in this way, it can attract audiences and have good word of mouth. But based on this scheduling, I think it would be amazing to maintain a 20% attendance rate. Over time, potential users will meet their own needs, and they may reduce the number of releases and scheduling, waiting to win the grand prize and gather a wave of popularity for publicity. But what if we don't do this? I mean, we should release the film simultaneously around the world and let the market test the reputation of the film instead of maintaining it by compressing the release space. If the attendance rate is high, the theaters will definitely make additional screenings and cooperate with the award-winning film. How about that? After listening to Lyman's words, the head of the distribution department smiled bitterly. We understand what you mean, but this must be based on the fact that the film is really so attractive. If we rely on word of mouth alone, even if the audience has many choices, they may not choose to watch our film. Instead, they will be hastily withdrawn from the shelves in advance due to the lack of award evaluation. Lyman smiled and did not refute. What the head said made sense. These were just two different operating directions. Moreover, he was mainly talking about this situation to Luc Besson, and the real decision-making power has always been in his hands. Others also understood, so everyone's eyes focused, waiting for the big boss of the company to express his opinion. Luc Besson thought about it, and did not answer for a moment. He was also hesitating about the feasibility of the two operational ideas. After all, he had a stake in the company. If the investment in the film failed, it would definitely affect him. Although the consequences might not be so terrible, he still needed to be cautious. On the one hand, he was taking steady steps and waiting for awards to recognize and feed back the market. On the other hand, he was taking risks and waiting for audience recognition to influence the market without relying entirely on awards. His eyes swept across the people in the conference room and finally stopped at Lyman. Do as Lyman says. Chapter 44 Sundance Film Festival. Please recommend and collect. As Lyman's distribution ideas were adopted, the operation plan was changed accordingly. Resources were concentrated, and direct negotiations were conducted with specific regional theaters. Print promotion was concentrated in the places where these theaters were located, and overseas releases were gradually communicated. Europa Films was straightforward. Since its own strength was not strong enough, it was feasible to form an alliance. So, I don't know how the two sides negotiated. Aris International Pictures not only obtained the distribution rights in India, but also the distribution rights in the Middle East and even the African continent. After everything went as planned, we just had to wait for the style of the film after it was released. At the same time, the United States, the largest ticket warehouse, naturally could not be let go. After negotiation, Europa Films decided to let George be responsible for the specific business there, and the choice of the award-winning route could be implemented simultaneously. Because the Sundance Film Festival is about to begin. Founded in 1984, the Sundance Film Festival was founded by a generation of superstar Robert Redford and his friends. The name comes from his most famous and watched movie role, Sundance in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Over the past decade, the Sundance Film Festival has grown into the world's leading independent film festival. Many emerging directors regard it as the best screening platform, and Hollywood distribution companies are also very happy to come here to seek distribution of their works. Therefore, in mid-January every year, countless newcomers and independent film enthusiasts flock to Park City in the Great Salt Lake Valley of Utah, holding various ideals and trying out here. There may be countless film festivals around the world, but Sundance is undoubtedly well known and is also one of the top stages unique to the United States. This has led to an increasing number of independent films signing up for Sundance every year, and often only less than 30 works out of hundreds of films can be included in the exhibition list. Many times the cruel competition will only be more intense. And 3 days ago, Luc Besson informed Lyman of this news. They wanted 3 idiots to participate in the Sundance Film Festival to increase exposure and free publicity. They don't care too much whether they can win awards or not. Anyway, the results can only be seen when it is released globally. And they had another purpose for this trip. The Europa Films negotiation team led by George was also responsible for contacting major Hollywood distributors in advance to communicate about the release in the US market. Although they implemented Lyman's operating ideas, the specific plan was still pushed by Europa Films. After the communication that day, Lyman returned to his home in Cannes to rest. Now that he heard that he was going to the US for the screening, he didn't feel much. Did you forget to eat lunch again, man? You can't do this, otherwise you won't have the energy to work. A teasing voice called Lyman's thoughts back from his wandering. Even without looking back, Lyman could tell who the person was from the familiar voice and tone. But I'm not hungry at all. Let's talk about it tonight. Ryan really came over from behind. He was wearing casual clothes today, and a light grey sweater made him look quite leisurely. Her chestnut short hair was not deliberately taken care of, fluttering in the air casually, with a few strands of hair sticking up, and she was holding a plastic bag in her hand. "What's wrong? Are you worried? You look sad. What are you holding in your hand?" Lemon asked casually. "Food. Lunch. How about it? Thomas will be here later. I called him. This is lunch for the three of us," Ryan said, tidying up the clutter on the table in front of Lemon and taking out the packed food from the plastic bag. "Are you doing anything tonight?" Ryan asked. "No, but we'll be busy in the next few days." Ryan showed a puzzled look, walked into the kitchen, took out the tableau, and after setting it up, asked, "What are you busy with?" "About the Sundance Film Festival. Europa Films needs us to go to the United States to participate in this exhibition, to warm up for the Hollywood release in advance." Ryan couldn't help laughing when he heard it. "This is a good thing. Why do you look listless?" Lemon said nonchalantly. "You know, I don't care about these." Ryan walked into the kitchen again and skillfully rummaged through the cupboards. "Is it okay to go there to play? I haven't been to the Sundance Film Festival yet. Oh, by the way, are we qualified to screen this time?" "Yes, Europa Films is still quite strong. They applied for a place for our movie to participate in the exhibition." Lemon thought for a while and spoke again. "The place was confirmed by Robert Redford. The Sundance Film Festival has a particular way of selecting, participating and exhibiting films. The fixed review team of the exhibition itself will first watch all the entries and then select the works that are worth being shortlisted, so as to ensure the quality of the works of the film festival and the diversity of themes. And every year after the opening, professional reviewers will be replaced to replan the review team to be responsible for the final award-winning films. Therefore, the film festival's own review team is responsible for raising the average level of the overall film festival, while the more professional jury is responsible for improving the artistic level and aesthetic height of the Sundance Film Festival. It is precisely because of this that the registration time often needs to be 1 or 2 months or even half a year in advance, leaving enough time for the film festival's review team to conduct a preliminary review and finally hand in the screening list. Therefore, although according to the rules, Lemon's work will never be passed through the official registration method, but that is just a general process, just like Lemon, who did not follow up at the beginning, participated in the Venice Film Festival. Everything must go according to the rules, so he did not qualify for the screening that time. But now it is different. He no longer needs to participate in such independent film festivals, but Europa Films easily manage the final film screening. He entered through the relationship of Robert Redford, one of the founders. This sexy man who was the most watched in the early days finally learned to compromise with the power of capital. He is no longer young, and this era is always moving forward, and he can't resist it. Perhaps this actor was hailed as the most sexy representative of the United States in his early days, including Brad Pitt, who is gradually rising now, and Chris Hemsworth, who plays Thor in later generations, are repeating Robert Redford's old path. Brad was even considered the title of Robert's successor in the early days of his career. However, after more than 20 years in Hollywood, his appearance is no longer there, and after experiencing countless storms, this former American golden boy has become down and out. His career has also transitioned from acting to the operation of the Sundance Film Festival. But the operation of the exhibition, which costs tens of millions of dollars every year, is not something he can always afford. So in recent years, he has been moving closer to powerful international distributors all over the world, and is no longer the Sundance Film Festival with the most temperament and characteristics at the beginning. This is a reality. The Sundance Film Festival will eventually rely on distributors such as Europa Films to help operate the works of its film festival. Otherwise, the annual turnover costs, without a fixed income, and relying only on the income of a movie star to maintain it, are obviously far from stable. Of course, these later things can be regarded as an unspoken rule of the industry. It is reasonable to allocate 5% of the transaction amount of the works sold at the Sundance Film Festival as a handling fee. It is not the only one doing this in the world. Selling red carpet seats in Cannes and selling seats in the main venue in Berlin are just a small means to maintain a balance between income and expenditure. Ryan found the bag of coffee beans, took out 3 cups, poured out 3 cups of fresh coffee, then returned to the table and placed one of the cups in front of Lemon. So what do you mean? You're not going to the exhibition? How is that possible? Europa Films has secured the screening qualification, and this is also my work, so I have the obligation to participate in the publicity. Lemon drank his coffee and said softly. Ryan also sat down, tasted a sip of the coffee he brewed, and asked, what about the other distribution of the film? Have you figured it out? Europa Films is contacting them. As far as I know, several important overseas ticket bases, such as Germany, the United Kingdom, South Korea, and RB have sent people to arrange it. At most, on February 18th, the global simultaneous release will begin. Just as the two were chatting, Thomas finally arrived. Why are you here now? When I called, didn't you say you were going out? Ryan opened the door and welcomed Thomas to sit in the living room. Two cars collided on the road, causing the entire intersection to be blocked. I can't do anything, and it took a while, Thomas said, taking a sip of coffee. Seeing someone coming, Lemon began to open the package. One of the foods was a rather delicate looking 1000-layer tower cake. He took one and bit it in his mouth. It tasted very good. Thomas, do you have anything to do in a few days? Why do you ask? Thomas was very curious about Ryan's question. Lemon and I are going to the United States in the next few days to attend the Sundance Film Festival. Do you want to go? Yes, I will. Thomas answered firmly. That's good. If the 3 of us act together, we will definitely get good results. Lemon ate cake and drank coffee, not wanting to pay attention to Ryan's meaning at all. After Thomas came, the two chatted happily. What about how great the Sundance Film Festival is, how many great films it has produced, and how many new directors became famous there? Looking at their enthusiastic looks, I guess they are wondering whether 3 idiots will be treated like that. Lemon listened with a look of disgust on his face. Chapter 45. Someone is silent. Park City in Utah is famous for its beautiful snow scenery and exciting skiing venues, but in mid-January, the theme of this small town is unsurprisingly occupied by movies. Countless movie lovers or filmmakers, like sharks smelling blood, began to gather here from all over the world. Some people hope to make a splash here and embark on a smooth road in the film industry. Some people want to play their own movies here and seek like-minded friends. Some people come here to make profits and master the distribution rights of popular movies. In short, everyone who comes to the Sundance Film Festival will have their own needs and want to gain something here. In the biting cold wind, Lemon walked on the streets of Park City in a thick winter coat with a light grey knitted scarf wrapped around his neck. You can see movie-related content by just looking around. Movie buyers in suits and leather shoes hurriedly passing by the street. Filmmakers who have started open-air screenings on the roadside without obtaining screening qualifications. Fans who watch the screenings with smiles in their hearts and enthusiasm. Before he could take a closer look, another gust of cold wind blew in the direction of Lemon, crawled into his body through the gap of his scarf, and collided violently with his warm body surface. His body was stimulated, and he couldn't help but shiver. Damn, it's so cold. Ryan on the side couldn't help but swear. You want to be brave, wearing so little, how can you not be cold? Don't you even look at the weather? George laughed and teased Ryan. There were 5 people in their group. In addition to Thomas, who walked to the front to watch the movie, there was another financial staff member of Europa Pictures who also came with George. He was tall, taller than Ryan, estimated to be 187 centimeters. He was also fully armed, and even had thick black gloves on his hands. He remained silent all the way, looking a little out of place. Hey, Kane, do you want to go and have a look? George waved as he walked. They were going to Thomas's side. The tall man called Kane did not answer as usual, but his footsteps moved closer to them. The place where Thomas was watching was a small square. Although it was almost evening, there were still many people gathered here. In the center of the square, there were about a dozen groups using simple projection equipment to play their own works. Thomas was standing in the place with the largest number of onlookers. Hi, Thomas, is the movie good? A group of people came over, and Ryan was the first to greet them. Then Lemon also spoke. You are so fascinated by it. What is the subject matter? or thriller about how a man killed his neighbor's family. Thomas turned around and said, "It's well shot, but it's too bloody, and the picture shakes a lot. It can be regarded as a unique style." Lyman looked inside and the film was almost over. After the man killed the hostess of the last house, under the moonlight, the camera recorded the man's back walking out. Pa 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 pa, the applause rang out, and the onlookers did not hesitate to encourage and affirm. Lyman also applauded. Although he had not watched the previous plot, just as Thomas said, the director's style was very good, and the camera shots had a texture of a murder documentary. Then a few movie buyers in suits came up. This sales method was unexpectedly good. As long as it could attract most of the audience, it would be very successful. Perhaps this is why major film festivals are so popular. It can create a very favorable contact situation for both parties and promote the achievement of cooperation. Just like the Blair Witch Project that came out of nowhere in the open-air cinema a few years ago, every filmmaker is eager to be the next one. George, don't you want to try? Such a movie should be worth distributing. Lyman knew that one of George's tasks was to come to the film festival to seek opportunities, so he spoke. "My main focus is on Three Idiots. Everything else is secondary. Besides, so many companies have come to discuss cooperation. One more person won't make much difference. It's impossible to pick up a bargain. Bidding is too complicated, and I'm not sure how much I can get." Looking at the group of directors who were surrounded by people in suits, George's words seemed to make sense. Lyman didn't think much about it and patted Thomas. "Let's go and do business first. They have invitations and can enter the screening. Naturally, they don't need to go to the outdoor screening. And this ticket still needs to be paid. This trip out of the hotel is just for this." Walking along the square and turning right at an intersection, Lyman and others came to the office of the film festival organizing committee. After consulting at the door, they quickly found the corresponding office, took out the invitation and the corresponding materials, and handled the relevant screening qualifications. "Gentlemen, Director Lyman," a middle-aged man with glasses, sat behind the desk. He said in a formal way, "According to the schedule, your film will be screened at the Morris Theatre on the evening of the 19th, which is around 7 o'clock tomorrow. You need to pay an admission fee of $3,000, a printing fee of $100, a theater screening management fee of $500, and..." Listening to a series of screening expenses, Lyman felt a headache, but didn't say anything. This is the rule of the Sundance Film Festival, and all they have to do is abide by it. Anyway, the money is not paid by Lyman, but Europa Films is responsible for the contract, including the travel expenses of Lyman and the other two. George paid a total of $5,000 before completing all the procedures. This also includes the public relations event publicity fee. That is, the newspapers of the Sundance Film Festival are responsible for saying something good about their film. Haha, before it is released, the official film critics are already prepared to sing praises for it. Lyman can only say that it is worthy of commercial supremacy. Since the birth of film, it has been praised as the seventh art, but it has never been so pure. After leaving the organizing committee office, Lyman and his party had no intention of returning to the hotel. Now Park City is mostly filled with people in the film industry like them, and it is very interesting to walk around. The sky was slowly shrouded by the night, but there was no awareness of reducing the carnival atmosphere here. Everyone laughed, sang, appreciated, danced, and indulged in the most primitive emotions in their hearts. Passing by a bar, Lyman and others who had had enough fun walked in. In fact, Park City, the venue of the Sundance Film Festival, is a no-alcohol place because it is under the jurisdiction of the Mormon Church. This religion supports polygamy and denies human bad habits such as smoking, drinking, gambling, and sex. But there will always be a place for compromise. Here, there are still several bars, but drinking is only allowed inside, not in other places, otherwise it is illegal. At night, the wind is even more biting, and several people are eager to have some alcohol to warm themselves up. "A glass of whiskey, thank you." Ryan spoke first when he arrived at the bar. He wore the least amount of clothes, which made him look different from the bloated others, and he still maintained some grace, but the price of doing so was that his whole face was already frozen red. This was because Lyman kindly gave him a scarf, otherwise it would be even worse. a big glass of beer. Thomas also shouted hurriedly, I want a glass of beer too. A glass of beer. A glass of Flander. Most of the 5 people chose beer, including Lemon, while Kane chose a glass of bar-featured mixed wine. Lemon took a beer glass that was as wide as a palm and as high as a person's face, and walked around the bar. There were quite a lot of people here at this time. Inside the bar, which was composed of 3 large rooms connected, everyone was standing or sitting, chatting with each other and bragging. The atmosphere of drinking was really good. Hey, Lemon, have a drink. Ryan didn't know when he changed a glass of beer and came over. He held the huge glass and stretched it towards Lemon. The sound of clinking glasses rang out, and the two drank a lot. This is really nice. Ryan leaned against a corner of the wall, standing side by side with Lemon, and said to himself, I like places like this. Ignoring Ryan's feelings, Lemon took a sip of beer from time to time, and looked at the people in the bar. Gray-haired, young, and passionate, silent, and lonely, shouting to each other, people from all over the world, gathered here to drink, middle-aged, young, old. There was no distinction, only whether they got along well, and whether they could drink. The most enjoyable thing for a group of drunkards is to meet another group of drunkards. After drinking, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The 5 people walked in the direction of the bar, and went to a restaurant that was still open. They haven't eaten anything since lunch. Their stomachs are filled with wine and water, which doesn't seem to be the case. The stomach always needs the caress of food. At this time, the sky was completely dominated by the night. Sitting in the restaurant, Lemon casually ordered a bowl of stewed noodles for dinner. The seat was close to the window, and it was a different feeling to eat while watching people coming and going on the street. Park City was brightly lit, and the open space in the distance was still flickering with the unique light of the screen movie. This place has become a city that never sleeps for movie screenings. The collision of many unrestrained ideas, the communication between peers, the rush of film buyers, and the charm of film art have made Park City a paradise on earth. A feeling completely different from the Venice Film Festival also touched Lemon. In Sundance, all filmmakers are willing to open their hearts and communicate sincerely, just like a party. After dinner, I filled my stomach, and it was time to go back to the hotel. It was already very late at night. Chapter 46, Competition and Coexistence. Please recommend and collect. Morris Theatre is located in the south of Park City, and its geographical location is quite good. It was just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Lemon and his party came to the scene after dinner. The list of movies to be screened was posted on the bulletin board at the door, including Dream, I Believe, and 3 Idiots. His eyes swept through the titles and covers next to them, and he had no impression of them. At this time, a movie was being shown inside, and the next one was Lemon's turn. So they stood at the door of the theater and waited for a long time. It was not until after 6 o'clock that audiences came out one after another. I wasted my time again. The shaking lens is too dazzling. I can't understand it. These audiences walked past Lemon, and it was not difficult to see from the discussion that they were very dissatisfied with the movie that had just been shown. After a while, Lemon and others began to enter and communicate with the projectionist. At around 7 o'clock, the theater, which can accommodate more than 300 people, became full again. Although the entire creative team of 3 Idiots is not famous, this situation is normal at the Sundance Film Festival, so people who come here to watch movies don't care about that. Therefore, there is no publicity and no show, and the tickets inside the venue are still selling well. The audience whispered with expectation, holding the official movie program in their hands, reading some information about 3 Idiots, and expressing their opinions. Such a scene is not unfamiliar to Lemon. He has experienced the opening ceremony in Venice and clearly understands that the release of the next work is the most important time. The filmed and produced movie will be judged by the audience, and he has become a little nervous from the calmness at the beginning. It is still impossible to ignore people's evaluation of the movie. Some contradictory hearts really make people unable to calm down. Lemon didn't care much about the screening of the Sundance Film Festival, but the atmosphere on the scene and people's discussions made the whole air slowly warm up, making people feel uneasy. It's about to start. With Ryan's words, the lights in the venue began to go out. Seeing this, the audience stopped discussing, and the screening room became quiet. Lemon carefully adjusted his sitting posture. Ryan on his right side crossed his legs, full of comfort. Thomas also leaned back on the seat with his legs half curled up. George sat upright with his body straight. The screen flashed. Gradually, light appeared. On a green leaf, a pupa was hanging. The pupa slowly cracked open, and a blue butterfly broke out of the pupa, stretching its wings. Suddenly, a light spot appeared, and the butterfly took off gracefully towards it. Its wings were vivid, and it also drew a blue flight path, and finally disappeared in the light spot. The English letters of the company name Man Studio appeared next to it. Looking at this 15-second opening animation, Lemon unconsciously clenched his fist. This is the logo of their studio. Man Studio also took to the big stage for the first time with this movie. The audience in the exhibition hall was not very moved, and was still waiting for the main film to begin. But Ryan, who was standing by, knew the true meaning of this animation. When designing it, Lemon had told him that the transformation from a pupa to a butterfly is the most beautiful transformation. After the animation, a scene of a university campus began to appear on the big screen, and there was a subtitle introduction in the picture. Starring Amir Khan, Salman Joshi, Bowman Irony, cameraman, Thomas, director, Lemon Rach. Cheerful background music also sounded simultaneously. In the enthusiastic melody, freshmen hurriedly lined up to register and pay fees. The beautiful green campus, the clean and atmospheric classroom decoration. Bright shots quickly switched to build a picture of university campus life. At this time, the camera was fixed on a freshman who dragged a large suitcase and slowly walked into the Imperial Industrial University. The use of light and color is not bad, Bella commented slightly in her heart. As a professional film critic, she often appears in major film festivals. This time, she was invited by Sundance officials to watch this movie. It was originally to deal with The Errand, but now it has aroused some interest. Although it is only a 90-second opening shot, there is no sign of amateur filming. The fast connected scenes accurately express the location of the overall story without any sound, which also gives us a glimpse of the director's personal skills and experience. Moreover, this image style is at least not like the movies I watched yesterday. I don't even have the desire to watch it anymore, and I don't even know where to start when I write a review afterwards. It's so bad that I really don't know how to write it. One decision can determine a person's life. When I was very young, oh no, since I was born, my father told me that my son will definitely be an excellent engineer in the future. That's why I'm here now. The freshman standing at the registration office followed the team blankly, and the narration and camera quickly switched to the scene of his birth in the hospital when he was a child. The father loudly said a blessing for the child's future life to a group of relatives and friends, with a hopeful tone. The child grew up and became the freshman in front of him. After paying the tuition, he went to the dormitory to occupy a bed. On the first night of school, the senior came to popularize the traditions of this college. From the perspective of this freshman, a group of people took off their pants, revealing all kinds of underwear, and passively accepted a so-called college tradition. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire film was no longer joyful, but instead there was an indescribable solemnity. The plot transition with such a big gap, but there was no sense of disobedience, which also made Bella's attention more focused. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Farhan. The narration sounded again, and then said, this campus story starts with a late freshman. His name is Rancho, and he will be my good friend. The camera followed the narration of the protagonist Farhan to Rancho. After he arrived late, he saw the scene in front of him, and the desire to survive made him make a quick decision. He did not follow the arrangement of the senior and follow the tradition, but ran into a dormitory. Outside the door, it was the senior who continued to clamor. Rancho did not panic. He took down the light bulb in the room, wrapped the wire inside around a metal spoon, and stretched it out along the gap of the door. The senior wanted to give this disobedient freshman a warning, so he decided to pee and count to force the freshman out. After 3 pees, the senior was successfully electrocuted and curled up on the ground. The freshmen all laughed unconsciously, including Farhan. The narration sounded, from this moment on, I knew he would be different from us. Rancho, he is a different person. The camera froze, and Farhan laughed happily. After the freshmen entered the school, they were assigned dormitories. Coincidentally, Rancho and Farhan would live together, along with another freshman named Raja. Raja's hands were full of blessing rings, and a bronze statue of Lord Brahma was hung in a corner of the dormitory, and he would burn incense and kneel down devoutly every day. From his mouth, Farhan knew that he came to this school to make a lot of money at work after graduation. It was also for his own future. 3 freshmen with different personalities started their college life with their own expectations. Rancho is smart and likes to experiment with mechanical theories. Farhan loves to laugh and likes photography. Raja always has a frown on his face. Bella thinks the movie is getting more and more interesting. The director uses storyboards to explain the personalities of the 3 people. In addition, Farhan's narration keeps pushing the rhythm, which adds a sense of drama to the movie. The construction and connection of the pictures also reflect the deep meaning everywhere. The cheerful atmosphere makes people feel very comfortable. The 3 of them went to class together and went to the dormitory to take a shower together. In this huge campus, relaxation and comfort are reflected everywhere. People miss their wonderful reading time in the past. Bella subconsciously looked at the expressions of other moviegoers. The corners of their mouths were slightly raised, and they were obviously immersed in this beauty. Today is the day for the freshmen to enter the school and the dean to speak. We got up early and ran to the playground together. Farhan's calm narration appeared, and the audience's eyes followed the plot to the playground. The camera turned, and with a ding-ling-ling sound, the dean, the character in the narration, appeared in the screen. He had a solemn expression, grey hair, and wore a pair of glasses, and controlled the direction of the bicycle with one hand. Oh, by the way, we nicknamed the dean Virus. In the narration, the dean stood in front of the freshmen. He was holding something in his hand, and talked about the competition theory. The screen turned, and a young man in shabby clothes, who was the salesman selling bath products before, also imitated the dean's movements, and gave a speech. The tone, expression, and even the movements and the content of the speech were almost the same. It was really ironic. After finishing the competition theory, the dean took out a pen from his jacket pocket and showed it to the freshmen present. He said, "This pen can be used in space, so it is very rare. It was given to me by my teacher a long time ago. I hope that one day there will be a best student and I can pass this pen to him." The freshmen were very excited to hear the dean's words. Even Farhan, who had never shown interest, showed a hint of desire in his eyes. Everyone raised their hands to show that they were confident of getting the pen, but Rancho raised his hand after everyone else put down their arms. Such a move seemed particularly abrupt among a group of people. Sure enough, the dean asked him if there was any problem with raising his hand. Chapter 47 A story. Please recommend and collect. If pens can't be used in space, why don't astronauts try to use pencils? That would save a lot of research costs and not require so much trouble. Rancho's words made the students around him laugh. The dean felt very embarrassed, but he didn't know how to refute because he had never thought about this question. "I'll answer you later," he said hesitantly, and ended his speech. He is the only one who is different. The narration sounded, and the camera came to a classroom. The teacher was teaching a class, and the students were listening carefully. The teacher suddenly asked a class question, "What is a machine?" Several students raised their hands to answer, but Rancho did not raise his hand, but his smiling face caught the attention of the instructor, who asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" Rancho saw the teacher looking at him, and although he was a little confused, he still answered honestly, "Professor, my childhood dream was to study engineering, and I'm very happy that my dream has come true." "Don't be so happy. Tell me what a machine is." The professor was a little impatient. "A machine is something that reduces human labor. Can you explain it more clearly?" Rancho stood up. "Any tool that simplifies work and saves time is a machine." Chato, who was standing by, was very disdainful when he heard Rancho's answer. He felt that it was a wrong decision for the professor to ask him to answer this question, and he had already disliked this self-righteous guy since the morning when Rancho embarrassed the dean. But Rancho continued to answer, "When it's hot, press a button, and it will produce airflow. Electric fans are machines." Calculators are also machine communication tools. Machines. Chato became more and more dissatisfied when he heard it in his heart. The professor standing on the podium was also confused. Rancher's example seemed not convincing enough, and he said again, just like a small zipper on pants, it is also a machine. He pulled the zipper on the pants he was wearing with his hands, constantly loosening and closing it. This action made Chato and the professor very angry, while the rest of the students found it interesting and laughed. Ha ha ha. The audience was also amused by Rancher's actions and couldn't help laughing. On the screen, the professor couldn't help but throw the chalk in his hand at him and said, "What is the definition of a machine?" Rancher looked innocent. "I just answered you, Professor. Will you write like this on the test? Or will you pull your zipper up and down on the test? Idiot. Who else would ask this question?" The professor imitated the action, once again making the students in the classroom and the audience in front of the screen burst into laughter. Chato couldn't help but raise his hand again, stood up, and said a set of textbook definitions, which made the professor praise him. "Great. Very good. Please sit down." But Rancher had a different opinion. "I said the same thing, but expressed it more concisely." The professor said sarcastically, "If you like to talk less, go study art or sports." Rancher's disapproval of rote learning was first revealed, and was ruthlessly suppressed by the professor. "Are you smarter than the textbook?" But, seeing that Rancher still wanted to entangle with this question, the professor interrupted directly and said, "Get out." He pointed his hand and pointed to the door. "Why?" Rancher was still confused. "Speak simply, get out." The professor imitated Rancho's concise tone and spoke again. Roommates Farhan and Raja both looked at Rancho, their eyes showing sympathy, while Chato smiled and affirmed the professor's approach. The other students only regarded this as a farce and laughed it off. As for Rancho being kicked out, they didn't care. I thought it was over, but Rancho walked to the door and turned back. The professor was helpless. "Why are you back again?" "I left something." "What?" "A kind of analysis, summary, organization, and record." A long string of professional terms was spoken, and the professor and the students could not understand the meaning of the words. "What are you talking about?" the professor asked. "It's a book, Professor." The students laughed again. "Can't you speak simply?" "I just tried it, but it doesn't seem to work." Repeating the sarcasm of the previous scene, the comedy effect is full, and it is unexpectedly interesting, Bella thought. The three people who lived in the same dormitory soon became more familiar with each other. At Rancho's suggestion, Farhan and he also helped Raja try to go to a rooftop of the school. When Raja took off the black scarf on his eyes and saw the situation clearly, he couldn't help but run away. He was afraid of heights, but now his feet were hovering in the air. Rancho and Farhan held Raja on the left and right and told him that there was nothing to be afraid of, he would not fall, and it was very safe. Raja hesitated and sat on the edge of the rooftop, holding back his fear, and leaned side by side with Rancho and Farhan. They drank, they shouted loudly, and vented their emotions. Sometimes, happiness between men is so simple. After a series of getting along, the friendship between the three became more and more solid. Then, it was the first exam organized by the school. On the day when the results came out, the three went to the bulletin board together. On the big red notice, it was clearly written that Rancho was the first in the whole grade in this exam. Farhan and Raja were happy and searched for their own names. There was no one in the first row, and there was no one in the second row. The two began to worry and finally found their rankings at the end. Raja was second to last, and Farhan was last. When the three returned to the dormitory, Rancho was still comforting his friends. But on this night, the two with poor grades did not sleep all night. Why is it that Rancho always contradicts the professor and is kicked out when they are studying, but his grades are the first? They worked hard, although they sometimes played with Rancho, but they ranked last. The ruthless reality and the comparison that happened in front of them made the two people's hearts begin to lose balance. Raja isolated Rancho from the next day and knelt down to worship the Lord Brahma more and more devoutly, hoping to get his blessing. Although Farhan did not do it as thoroughly as Raja, he also began to pay attention to the distance between him and Rancho in his heart. Alienation is the first step to kill friendship. Rancho also discovered this phenomenon, but he did not know how to save it. His kindness and enthusiasm were not responded to at all. This small dormitory was successfully divided into 3 spaces. On the day of taking the class photo, the dean sat next to the student he least wanted to see, Rancho. Because the seats were arranged according to grades, the throne in the first row next to the dean, which was also the so-called honor, happened to belong to Rancho, who had the best grades. Chatu, who was on the side, seemed to be fidgeting in his seat. After the results came out, he was not the first, which was the first time in his life. In the past, he was used to the phenomenon that he always ranked first in the exams, but finally it was not him, which made him feel inexplicably panic. And as luck would have it, Rancho's grades were still the best, which made Chatu, who always thought Rancho was a clown, even more uncomfortable. Lose to anyone, but not to Rancho. The graduation photos were taken, and Farhan and Raja, who were standing at the end, looked lonely. They left the scene on their own, and returned to the dormitory, to start a new round of study. After Rancho returned, he wanted to call his 2 roommates, to go to the rooftop to drink, and blow the wind. But he didn't get any response. He tried to comfort them again, but it didn't work. Seeing this, Bella fell into deep thought. What surprised her now was not only the director's sophisticated technique, but also the perfect switching of scenes. The light and colorful shots were perfectly combined with the narrative of a feature film. The details were appropriate, the style was bright, and the story was strong. The most important thing was that the overall rhythm of the film was well controlled. Even the supplementary shots that flashed by were shining. She was even more surprised by the director's depth of intention and clear expression ideas. In the process of narration, the description of various details further polished the characters and the story. The most memorable scene was that Farhan's previous photos were mainly animals, recording their various movements. After the results came out, when the relationship was slightly cold, he liked to take pictures of buildings, mainly static descriptions. And Raja, he always had a sad face at the beginning, but after the day on the rooftop, he gradually became lively and loved to laugh, but now he has become sad and weird again. In the past, in order to take care of the 2 roommates, he would wait until they left before burning incense and kneeling, but now he just ignored it and only considered his own feelings, not caring about the impact of the smoke on Farhan and Rancha. People's behavior and actions reflect the inner feelings of a character. The friendship of friends, the joyful campus life, and the colorful scenes in the camera make the plot bury innocence in a series of changes. Several places before can make the audience and the exhibition hall laugh. If it is a comedy, the comfortable feeling when watching the movie is undoubtedly very important and a guarantee of success, but it seems that the director does not intend to tell everyone how beautiful campus life is. Conflicts come one after another. Raja is more and more indifferent, and the professor dislikes Rancho more and more. He always complains to the dean that he disrupts the class, and the dean, a serious elder nicknamed Virus, does not like such an unruly student, even if his grades are very good. He tried to persuade Rancho, but Rancho still went his own way. He disliked the professor's cramming education, and criticized the dean's teaching system for managing the college. Finally, in the suicide of a senior, the conflict was magnified to the extreme. The poor, begging, desperate senior died in the school dormitory, a suicide. It happened that when Lancha wanted to return the senior's design work, he was discovered. Chapter 48 You are not welcome. Please recommend and collect. It started to rain on the day of the senior's funeral. Everyone who came to mourn had a serious face, and the dean was not surprised. Rancha looked at the grief-stricken senior's family, and then looked at the dean's figure, and he decided to do something. He walked to the dean's side, and the dean looked up at him and said nothing. The dim and frozen lens, the no longer bright picture, under the shroud of the quiet atmosphere, even the audience knew what was going to happen. Sure enough, Rancha believed that the dean was the real murderer, not some bullshit suicide. He was very sarcastic. Mr. Dean, now everyone thinks he committed suicide. Are you satisfied? The death of the senior has made the dean feel a little guilty, but the doctrine he has always adhered to does not allow others to infringe on it. Rancha's words are undoubtedly revealing something, and he does not think that it is his direct cause that caused the death of the student. It's just that they don't respect their studies. There is a cause for every effect, and he has always believed in it. The two of them confronted each other with threatening eyes. The growing sense of oppression made every audience feel uncomfortable. The Imperial Industrial University also became a place full of pressure. Indifference, confusion, fear, all kinds of emotions revealed, were slippery and sticky, crawling through the heart, and then dancing with the camera. But Bella's eyes were full of joy. The more she expected, the more she had to adjust her sitting posture, so that she could read every shot more carefully. All her thoughts, all her energy, and all her eyes were focused on the big screen in front of her. The tragedy that happened under the education system grabbed her heart fiercely. Every beat was following the three protagonists in the story, step by step into the movie. More and more scenes were presented. Rancho was pulled to teach by the dean, who wanted to embarrass him, but was humiliated by Rancho with two made-up words, and said that the dean's teaching method was like a circus trainer. The dean was furious, and could no longer tolerate Rancho. He decided to start with his roommate and isolate him. He called to tell Farhan and Raja's parents the results of the first exam, and asked them to persuade their children not to play with Rancho anymore, which would affect their studies. The dean did not hide the matter. After notifying the parents of both parties, he also told Farhan and Raja the news and persuaded them. In the dean's opinion, the two children can still be saved, as long as they stay away from Rancho, the rebellious student. Back in the dormitory, the two people who got the news were depressed. Rancho saw this and asked, and Farhan told the story. After listening, Rancho decided to accompany Farhan and Raja to meet their parents. They first went to Farhan's home. His family is a standard Indian middle class. Although there is pressure in life, they can still support it. His father's wish is to let Farhan finish college, find a good job, subsidize the family, and make living conditions better. But after receiving the dean's call, and knowing that his children's grades in school were so poor, his father had been holding back his anger. He severely blamed Farhan, who had returned home. Rancho, who was standing by, could not stand it any longer, and tried to persuade him, but his father was equally dissatisfied. In his opinion, Rancho was just one of the reasons that affected his child's poor academic performance. As for Rancho's hobby, Farhan could be a photographer, which was even more disdained by his father. I should have burned all the photos he took. Farhan had been silent since he returned home. Seeing his father put all the photographs he had hung in the bedroom into a bag and threw them into the fire, he just stared blankly and remained silent. But when he left home, under the camera, the loneliness of his figure could not be shaken off, as if a person's spirit had been taken away. Then the three of them came to Raja's house. Raja's family was even worse. His father was bedridden, his mother had no stable job, and he had an older sister who no one wanted to marry because they could not afford the expensive dowry. The entire burden of life fell on Raja, and he was also the one who was most expected among the three. His devout faith was just a way for him to escape from reality. He really hoped that Lord Brahma would bless him, but unfortunately, God did not love the world. After returning to school, Raja and Farhan changed a dormitory and lived with Chatu. They listened to opinions from all sides and successfully stayed away from Rancho. But what they didn't know was that Chatu had many problems. He also liked to take all kinds of brain tonics or other nutritional products. The audience in the theater laughed again, several times in a row. Chatu's grinding of teeth during sleep at night made Farhan and Raja speechless. After taking supplements, he always liked to fart and pretended to be innocent. He also secretly stuffed a large number of pornographic magazines he bought into the dormitories of various students the night before the exam. The familiar humorous scenes mixed with the sense of humor of the plot once again came to the face, and Bella was no exception, and her mouth corners also raised a curve. Raja and Farhan were completely defeated by Chatu, and they returned to Rancho, and the three of them lived together again. The camera became bright again, recording the campus life of the three of them again. The problem student Rancho also restrained himself a lot, at least that's what the dean thought. He felt his method was very effective. It seemed that after the death of the senior reached the climax of the conflict, the movie would end peacefully. The three of them learned from each other in their daily lives, talking and laughing. It will definitely not end like this. Bella was sure of this in her heart. The director's thoughts on the education system revealed earlier would never end in such a sloppy way. So far, this film can only be regarded as a standard work, not an excellent one. The director must have ambitions. He is brewing something. Sure enough, the film once again entered a dramatic climax. By chance, Rancho saw the final exam question book in the dean's office. Thinking of the expectations of Farhan and Raja's parents and the depression of the two after the last exam, an idea flashed through his mind. He decided to show the question book to his two roommates and then return it immediately. He did what he said. While the office was empty, Rancho took the test paper neatly and returned to the dormitory. Raja and Farhan knew that Rancho had taken such a risk, and they all agreed that he had done something stupid and asked him to return it immediately. Rancho saw that his two roommates had no intention of cheating, and he also knew that he was confused, so he put the test paper back to its original place. But the dean's memory was too good. The next day, he came to the office and found that the test paper had been touched. He asked the college staff who were cleaning and learned that the desk had not been cleaned. So, the dean had a guess in his heart. In the past, Rancho's existence always made him feel uncomfortable, but the dean had no good way to expel Rancho. Now, maybe it was an opportunity. Thinking of this, the dean called Raja. As soon as he opened his mouth to talk about this, Raja's face changed. In Raja's view, Rancho's behavior could easily be seen by someone and exposed. Now that the dean talked about this, Raja felt that the dean already knew about it. The dean, who was sitting opposite Raja, saw Raja's intense reaction and thought there must be something fishy going on. Under his questioning, Raja's face became uglier and uglier. The dean suddenly said, "As long as you can prove that it was Rancho who took the test paper yesterday, I can stop pursuing your behavior of peeking and give you a chance." Raja still didn't say anything. The dean said again, "If you don't do this, it's okay. I will notify your parents to take you back, and you don't have to come to school here." This sentence almost made Raja collapse, but he still held back. The dean asked him to think about it carefully, and then picked up the textbooks and went to class. In the huge office, only Raja was left. Raja's body slumped on the ground. His mind was lost in thought. In the camera, his eyes were full of bloodshot and his eyeballs kept turning. Then, he seemed to think of his parents' expectations at home, frowned, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Then, he struggled, got angry, and then fell into calm. He was still thinking about something. He stood up numbly, walked to the window, and lowered his head to look at the ground. The dean's office is on the 3rd floor, very high from the ground. The fear of heights in his heart made Raja unconsciously take a step back. This close-up shot is very long, so the audience's attention has been caught on it. So they can see that Raja's eyes are getting dimmer and dimmer, and the whole person is getting more and more lifeless. The audience is guessing what choice Raja will make. Is it to betray his friend Rancho, or keep silent, stick to this topic, and wait for the dean's punishment? No one thought that Raja would choose to jump off the building and commit suicide, and Bella didn't think about it either. In her opinion, Raja's character likes to escape reality and live in fear. All the pressure from his family and himself is borne by him. Moreover, he is afraid of heights. But Raja figured it out. He didn't want to see the lost eyes of his parents when he was expelled from school, and he didn't want to betray Rancho. He didn't have many friends. Because of poverty and superstition, no one wanted to get close to him. Rancho is different. He is like an angel, appearing in his gloomy life, and he cherishes that time very much. Maybe this is also a kind of relief. He is really tired. Raja slowly closed his eyes, a serene smile on his lips. He jumped from the office. The camera pulled back very slowly, and everyone could see that his body hit the ground like an egg hitting a rock. The blood spread, making people feel cold. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49. Too much helplessness. Please recommend and collect. Raja was in the intensive care unit. On that afternoon, when he had no choice, he jumped from the 3rd floor and suffered a large number of fractures all over his body. The only lucky thing was that he didn't die, but that was what other people thought. For Raja, at this time, living was far more tormenting than dying. The heavy medical expenses, the blow of being expelled from school, the physical pain, and the care of his friends seemed to him to have added to the burden on him. The immense pressure made him more desperate. This was how Rancho saw Raja wake up. His eyes were dull, his face was haggard, and he lay silently on the hospital bed. The peaceful and hopeful campus life had just begun, but it ended. The blood mixed with ridicule and helplessness flowed through the pale ward, with an indescribable chill, and deeply touched loneliness. After a while, Farhan also rushed to the hospital. The two stood there helplessly, not knowing how to comfort him. The sunlight from the outside poured in through the window, wrapping Raja in gold. He was still motionless, his body covered under the quilt, his legs were passively pulled up, and they were covered with plaster. His body was dead silent, as if all the vitality had disappeared in this bleak sunlight. Yesterday he was still lively and cheerful, imagining the future, but today he looked like he had lost his soul, which made people sigh at the fickleness of fate. Bella suddenly thought of her senior. That night, he played the guitar, drank, and tried to give himself some hope, but in the end, he was still a coward who avoided reality. Whose fault is this? Tragedy is happening one after another. What is driving it? Rancho walked to Raja's bed again. He looked into his eyes and tried to comfort him again. He said he would buy a new sari for Raja's mother, and he said someone would be willing to marry Raja's sister and would not ask for a dowry. Farhan on the side also echoed, saying that if no one was willing to marry her, he would marry her. These words made Raja blink. After all, what he cares about most is his family. Seeing that this trick worked, Rancho and Farhan made more promises. What about curing Raja's father's illness? With the development of medical care, there must be a way. They also said that when his father recovered, he could ride a motorcycle and take him for a ride. They kept talking a lot, but Raja seemed to be touched, but the strength was not enough to cheer him up. It was late, and the two left the hospital. Rancho walked on the road and ran to the dean's house. He didn't know why Raja wanted to jump off the building to commit suicide, but he felt that it had something to do with the dean. Sure enough, there, he learned the reason the dean planned to fire Raja. He questioned and roared, why? The dean was not to be outdone, but attributed the reason for the expulsion to Rancho, saying that he had harmed Raja. The two parted unhappily. The dean returned to the house, and his wife eavesdropped on everything at the door, and she also knew that another child had chosen to commit suicide. The dean was still cursing and chattering. The wife heard this, and suddenly burst into tears. The dean was still angry, and he felt even more upset when he saw this. His strong questioning finally broke down his wife's psychological defenses. It turned out that when she was cleaning the house today, she found a page of suicide notes in her son's room, which was also his favorite notebook when he was alive. She finally knew that her son's death was not an accident, but the result of his own choice. He always wanted to be a writer, and this desire was so strong, but his father's opposition and authority forced him to run on the road of becoming an engineer. The day and night depression and the pain of his ideals not being carried out made the 16-year-old boy desperately jump off the train and commit suicide. The wife wanted to hide this fact. People can't be resurrected after death, so why let the family suffer again? But the dean never felt that he was wrong, and attributed everything to the students' poor ability to withstand pressure. Who would know the feelings of those students who committed suicide? Just like his own son, he endured silently until death, and regarded the end of life as a relief. The dean fell silent for a moment. Hearing his wife's grief, his brain stopped working for a moment. Was it really his fault? He had placed such high hopes on his son, which led to his son's death. Was that so? He couldn't understand why he was thinking about their future, but all these accidents happened. His wife said so, and so did Rancho. Was it really his fault? That night, the dean thought a lot. Rancho decided to leave. He finally realized that it was he who caused Raja's suicide. He was a sinner. He packed his luggage and looked at the campus with some reluctance. He loved engineering, he liked machinery, and he was obsessed with it. But everything was over. Last night, he promised the dean that, as long as he dropped out, he would not let Raja drop out. Because he was the one who stole the test paper, and it had nothing to do with others. He came to the hospital and saw Raja's demise again. Thinking of this very unconfident friend, he decided to give him some encouragement. Be confident, Raja. This world will never let down those who work hard. Don't be afraid. Be brave to do it and try. He held Raja's hand and said these words that made Raja confused. Then he got up and left. Later, Rancho came to the dean's house again to fulfill his promise. It suddenly rained in the sky, soaking Rancho, who was standing outside the door. He forgot to bring an umbrella, but that didn't matter anymore. He shouted a few words outside the house, saying that he was leaving and hoped that Raja's punishment could be revoked. Just as he was about to leave, the dean ran out. His eyes were red and his spirit was a little sluggish. Remember the question you asked at the beginning? Why don't astronauts use pencils in space? I'll tell you the answer to this question now. The dean looked very excited. Perhaps he questioned the dogma he had always followed, which was not so easy for him to accept. What's more, he really knew the cause of death of his only son. Because if a pencil breaks, its lead or the dust it produces will float around under the influence of zero gravity. Do you know how harmful it is? It may get into people's eyes, noses or various precision instruments. Therefore, the expensive cost and R&D costs are worth it. It is a very important invention. Rancho was a little confused, but still said, I know, Dean. Rancho, you are very smart, but you can't always be like this. You always think you are right and others are wrong. You are too self-righteous. You can't always. As he spoke, the dean collapsed, and his emotions began to get out of control. He trembled and took out the space pen that symbolized honor from his pocket, and carefully hung it on Rancho's collar. I will be responsible for Laga's matter, including medical expenses and other things. I will try my best to make up for it. That matter was indeed my fault. The dean's words finally made Rancho's calm face smile. He heard what he wanted to hear, and he had no regrets about this trip. The rain suddenly stopped again, and the sun reappeared and fell on the earth. Rancho also left with his bag on his back. At the last moment, he insisted on his mistakes and took responsibility, instead of going back to take the exam as the dean said. The lonely figure looked extremely tall under the camera, and the narration sounded again. Later, Raja's health recovered a little, and he came back to school. After graduation, he found a good job. I also saved a sum of money after working for a few years as I wished, and resolutely resigned to pursue the dream of being a wild photographer. In the following 20 years, we never stopped looking for Rancho. He is like an angel who suddenly came to the world and disappeared. AAL as well. Everything is good. Now I know what Rancho said. Pursue excellence, and success will catch up with you inadvertently. A melody with cheerful Indian songs and dances sounded quietly. The music sounded a little playful and excited, making the whole atmosphere light again, as if all the stories that happened just now were like a dream. This should indeed be a dream that the director has woven for us, because it is just a movie. It is over now. In the sound of a playful melody, subtitles appeared on the big screen, and the list of main creators slowly rose. Bella sat quietly in her seat, still savoring it in her mind. The thoughts that kept coming up were tangled together, and she felt messy. At this moment, she finally understood the director's intention of filming. The direct narrative style of the story combined with the extremely real campus life showed the face of Indian education bit by bit. Hidden under this, the criticism of the cramming education and the current situation of too much pressure on schooling and graduation in India began to emerge. Looking back carefully, almost every shot and every scene is quite meaningful. Raja, Rancho, Farhan, Dean Virus, Chatter Senior, even Centimeter, Raja's parents, Farhan's parents and Dean's wife. Each of these characters is so clear and definite in Bella's mind. Behind each character is their own pain. They outline a corner of the puzzle of the story that the movie wants to tell, and then sublimate the theme of the whole movie. Bella couldn't help but close her eyes, let out a long breath, then turned her head and looked at the audience seats around her. She found that almost everyone's face showed a solemn or profound expression, and they fell into their own thoughts. This strong sense can be found in almost everyone. A good movie needs to make the audience feel the same, and Three Idiots undoubtedly did it. The plot of the movie is finished. I watched the original film twice and felt that it didn't fully express the meaning. The adaptation is still relatively good, but I still found that my writing skills are not enough. I hope everyone can watch the original film, which is better than what I wrote. Chapter 50 What to Do. Please recommend collection. Lemon sat quietly in his seat, feeling quite emotional. This was not the first time he had watched the finished film of Three Idiots, nor was it the first time he had shown his work in front of the public. After all, this was his second feature film as a director, and he should be used to it. But when the movie was over, he still had an inexplicable emotion deep in his heart, so much so that his brain began to boil, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He thought that, after experiencing it once, he would no longer have the feeling of gain and loss, and he would be able to remain calm and composed. But, unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Looking at the big screen, the subtitles slowly disappeared, and the whole thing tended to be dark. The surging emotions in his mind instantly overwhelmed him. A kind of restlessness, to put his own ideas and his own shooting concepts in the public's view, to be reviewed and criticized. A kind of throbbing to express the resonance of his thoughts through the language of the lens and the plot. A kind of touching feeling of exhausting one's efforts, and working together to complete a good story, mixed with excitement, doubt, depression, hope, etc. In short, he was now extremely fidgety. This feeling was like the state of mind when he finished his exam as a child, but the results were not yet out. The blood in his body kept washing over his body again and again. Gradually, the restlessness that lingered around Lemon fell, his brain restarted, and he resumed thinking. Only then did he finally pay attention to observe the reactions of the audience around him. Lemon has always believed that for a movie, only the audience who have really watched the movie have the right to speak about its quality and whether it is attractive, and it is also the most important reference standard that can be advertised. As for the good words of his peers, the lies of the media reporters who received red envelopes, and the stupid words of the film critics who are naturally false and empty, he didn't take them seriously. Film is an art, but first of all, it must be an art that can be accepted by the public. From ancient times to the present, many stories have told us that it is useless to be unpopular. What's more cruel is that many filmmakers don't even have the qualifications to be unpopular, but can only mock the people's aesthetics. All the bad things are attributed to the audience of this generation. Haha, if you like to criticize others, why not look in the mirror and see what you are? Lemon kept looking at the reactions of the audience around him, but gradually he became worried. Because the surroundings were too quiet, let alone applause and thanks, there was no sound of the audience discussing the plot. After watching the movie, only Ryan, Thomas, George, and Lemon were left. The four of them stared at each other, looking at each other, not knowing whether to stand up and leave, or go backstage to tell the projectionist what's going on. Lemon remembered that even many viewers of the last movie complained that it was a bad movie when they left, which was finally a reaction, wasn't it? Why did everyone play the wooden man game when he came here? 1, 2, 3, don't move, whoever moves will be a puppy. Hey, guys, please give some reaction, it's really scary to be left hanging like this. Then, more than a minute passed. The audience still did not make any move, neither did they curse, nor did they leave on their own initiative. No, the screening is over. Are you also idle? This situation made Lemon a little flustered, and all kinds of thoughts kept spreading in his mind. Could it be that the finished film of Three Idiots was so bad that the audience was collectively angry? As soon as this thought came up, Lemon's brain captured it. He couldn't help but wonder if it was because of his adaptation that ruined the work. To be honest, his version can't really be said to be better than the original, but at least in his opinion it is not bad. However, he is a director and a producer, and his comments don't count at all. He turned such light comedy into a tragedy, and he also cut the original film's content of more than 3 hours to 115 minutes. Could it be that he messed it up like this? Lemon's brain was working quickly, and all kinds of random thoughts were floating around. Pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. A crisp and rhythmic applause sounded alone, echoing softly in the exhibition hall. The sudden sound interrupted Lemon's fantasies, and he turned his head involuntarily to look in the direction of the sound. Then Ryan, Thomas and others also saw the sound and shadow. It's a beauty. Ryan's focus was still the same as always. Although the lights in the exhibition hall were still off, it was a little hard to see in the darkness, but it was no surprise that the person who was applauding was indeed very beautiful. Judging from Lemon's perspective, it was just as Ryan said, a beauty. Bella was just thinking that the audience felt the same way as her and were all reminiscing about the plot of the movie. It was just so that the movie subtitles had been rolling for a long time, but the cinema was still silent. No one stood up, no one spoke, and no one discussed with their companions, as if they were immersed in the Indian song and dance ending song that was full of joy. Everyone sat quietly in their seats, motionless. This made Bella feel very interesting, and she felt a little bit amused. So, she waved her hands jokingly, pa, pa, pa. The first sound was also made by her. Her lonely applause echoed in the quiet space. No one responded, which made her actions seem a bit awkward, but Bella clapped even more vigorously. At this moment, it seemed as if the game of wooden men had ended. The audience in the exhibition hall came back to their senses one after another. The applause gradually overlapped. Some people even stood up excitedly. The applause of pa 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 gathered into one, and the momentum began to rise steadily. Lemon, who was still looking at the beauty a second ago, was shocked by the uneven standing and applauding scene in front of him, which was like whack-a-mole. Ryan on the side also stood up and waved his hands vigorously. Thomas, George and others sitting next to him laughed when they saw this. Lemon looked at all this with great satisfaction and felt that his decision to become a director was extremely wise. The feeling of the audience standing up and applauding to show their affirmation reminded him of that afternoon when there was also such a group of people who recognized his work buried alive through such an action. It was also after that day that he could embark on the road of directing so smoothly. Everything is always so similar. It's great, he thought. The crisp sound of palms colliding gathered together, as if awakening the exhibition hall. The temperature in the room gradually rose, and the creamy yellow light drove away the darkness like a tide. The lights in the theater came on, and the light that fell in an instant made the scene of the entire exhibition hall appear in front of him very clearly. The faces of the audience were jumping and excited, filling Lemon's sight. What a wonderful feeling it was. In a trance, it seemed as if he was in heaven. Lemon couldn't help but look up and look for that figure again. The beautiful woman who applauded first stood quietly at this time, looking around from time to time, with a smile on her face. Director, director, director. Someone cheered, and another group of people followed suit. Go forward, you should stand in front, George said, hinting to Lemon with his eyes, and then stretched out his hand and pointed to the open space in front of him, nodding to Lemon encouragingly. Lemon hesitated for a moment, pulled George up, and motioned Thomas and Ryan to follow him. We are a team. This honor belongs to all of us. We should stand in front together. The four of them walked slowly forward, and all the audience's eyes were focused on them. The sense of comfort of being the center of attention danced in their hearts, as if all the pores on their bodies were stretched out, and their booming and hot hearts bravely hit the ventricles, like a fearless warrior, constantly charging. The surging blood, the light body, and the smoothness on the skin surface made it feel like they were taking a hot spring bath. They felt comfortable all over. In their minds, all kinds of emotions came flooding in at once, so mixed that people couldn't tell them apart. So, four people who could only smile foolishly stood on the stage built up by the applause and cheers of the audience. According to Ryan's words afterwards, my mind was blank at the time. I just followed everyone and walked forward. When they stopped, I stopped too. I didn't know what I did, but it felt really good. Yes, it was really good. Lemon felt the same way. At some point, the audience in the exhibition hall stood up collectively. The sudden formation was like a dense and undulating forest. Their towering figures filled every inch of Lemon's sight. In the bright environment created by the lights, the applause continued. At this moment, Lemon faced the audience, accepted their affirmation and encouragement, and his emotions kept fluctuating. The hardships of shooting in the past few months, the people troubled by that land, and that unforgettable afternoon, these scenes kept flashing in his mind, and like the camera in the hands of the cameraman, the memory gradually evolved into a frame by frame of the lens, and finally fixed on the day when he just woke up. The experience of the past life also slowly emerged, and finally turned into fragments and slowly disappeared. He knew that his future as a director would be very solid, he was sure. And the applause that was ringing now, echoing in his ears very clearly, was also confirming Lyman's thought. He had taken another successful step. Yes, he succeeded again. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.